My chief said we brain banging, we ain't gang banging. So welcome to Brain Bang University, motherfuckers. I'm the motherfucking dean of the university, and I'm gonna brain bang your ass into submission. I'm gonna let that sink in while I light my blunt.
Smoke something, bitch.
So this one is called Chiefing with the Chief. Open discussion on the land, across the air, from the air. Right? So let me do some invites so I can get this thing crack-a-lacking for y'all. This is, I'm just about to blaze up, and whoever interested in asking the question, feel free to come ask whatever you want. They only let me request a couple people. Right. Hey, Fiera Marie. What's going on, sweetie pie? Come on in. Who want to chief with the chief? Because I'm about to be chiefing while y'all chatting. I'm about to be chiefing and chatting and chiefing. As soon as I remember what I did with my bleezy, and I got to clean my god dog on camera. That don't make no sense. Well, maybe it ain't my camera. So, come on in. As y'all come in, share it to your pages and invite others. Go into your messenger. Invite whoever want to come on. And we going to chief with the chief while the chief is chiefing. And let's make it do what it do. I don't got nothing to talk about. So whenever I don't got nothing to talk about, I let the people come up with the topic of discussion. Because when the people come up with the topic of discussion, we read in the posts of the curiosity of the ones with the question. And by understanding the people that's asking the questions concern, it unveils the concern of many other people from different places with different lifestyles that had the same question. So for every person that come on and ask the question, some other sister's been asked about the childbirth in the hospitals and the doula process and the circumcision of the boys. And then some sisters want to talk about how do you develop your innate psychic abilities and how do you wake yourself up spiritually so you can be on your path to ascension. So if you want to come in, send me the invite or raise your hand in the chats, and then I'll just invite you in, and that's how we're going to get this crack-a-lacking. So who want to be the first to discuss anything, open discussion? I ain't hiding nothing, I ain't running from nothing, I ain't ducking nothing, right? When it comes to this Q&A shit, I want all of the smoke. I want all the smoke. So come on with y'all questions, and we're going to peel the motherfucking cap off this shit. And as our elders say, we're going to be dropping jewels, twisting caps, and popping motherfucking brains cells. Excuse my hiccup. Give me a little sip. Now, who up? Ain't nobody raising their hand? Nobody want to come on chief with the chief? So, let's do this. I'm going to try KJ first. No requests. So who in the audience? KJ, where you go? There you go. Come on, KJ. Let's a little discussion. Go through my pseudo mental ascension through the aid of THC and CBDs. Come on, girl. I see you sitting over there trying to figure out how you gonna get in because you ain't accepted my request. I'm gonna have to add somebody else. If I don't have no topic and I don't have nobody with no questions, then I'm gonna have to exit and come back on another day. But I'm pretty sure that somebody want to talk to the chief. They want to chief with the chief, right? Okay, so KJ ain't coming up because she ain't showed up. Uh, Hits Nikki. I'm gonna let you come up. See if you want to come in and chop it up with the chief. Now, I'm gonna light this blunt and give you a chance to come on. And if y'all want to come on and y'all want to chief it with the chief, just raise your hand in the comments, or just put a hand in the comments, and I will send you the request. Okay, so that request was denied. So let's see who else. I don't know. Talk to my OG, Mr. Cuffy. Moresa Coffee. Moresa Coffee. Come on up, Chief. Let's see what you got. Maybe you can inspire them to have something to talk about when you come on and chop it up with the Chief. Right? I'm gonna give you a minute to come on, but I gotta light my blunt because we ain't doing too much chiefing. We just doing more chattering than chiefing. Okay. Nobody want to talk? I don't see no hands in the comments, so nobody got no interests, right? Y'all sharing the video link. Somebody else might come in that want to talk about something. Okay. Decline from Mr. Coffee. Murray Sun Coffee. Right. Fiera Marie, you want to come up, sweetie? I'm sending you a request. I gotta go in here and find you. Oh shit, you ain't even in here. Okay, we're gonna try the Donna Whitaker Clark. You know. Nikki Dixon. Okay, so you next. Nikki Dixon next. I'm gonna see if the sister hey, there we go. Now we got something. I can hear you, but I can't say there you go. I can see you and I can hear you.
Okay, I gotta move to where the light is at. Okay, sorry about that. Y'all, I got my bonnet on. I'm just around the house here.
We non-judgmental over here because we recognize that I look like Rod the Madman. So
Okay, so one of my questions that I have for you has to do with psychic abilities and the clairs.
and the what?
And the clairs.
Like
The
Claire
clair.
Cynthia, Claire Audience.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yes. I've noticed since I would say I'm kind of fairly new into the metaphysics, but I would say my journey has been a long journey.
Mm-hmm.
But the awakening process has been just
Struggle.
here within 5 years. I'm coming out the church, that's the background.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
That's good to
I've
know
noticed.
because the Bible got a lot of things I can use to explain stuff from your what you already know.
Okay. Okay, so I've noticed since I have awakened, whatever the terminology would be, is that I noticed that I'm experiencing more of the clairs and more intensely.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to be able to fine tune and understand them more. I do research, I do, my own research, but the clairs that I sense more in are the ones to hear, feel, and smell.
Mm-hmm.
My kids is
So you
being
got
loud.
Claire Audience, right? That means you can hear. Clair,
Right.
clairsentient, which means you can feel it and you can translate the feelings into an expression where you can explain it,
Yes.
right? And then the other one was clair audio.
The smell.
Okay,
I
that's
can.
clair. Yeah, that's olfactory senses. I was just talking about that with Kelly yesterday
Okay.
about how when you fine tune, when you start developing your psychic abilities, one of the most common things that we sense is the smells that was normally beyond our sense of smell.
Mm,
And it's normally sweet smells, unless it's somebody wicked in your presence, then it smells sour and repugnant. It don't smell like skunk funk. It smell more like decaying corpse funk,
mm-mm.
right?
Well, okay. Since I'm glad that you brought up the skunk smell,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a person that partakes in um, the herbals, the herbs.
I got you.
So I'm familiar with the smell. My husband does partake. And so I was awakened throughout the night with that skunk herbal smell.
Skunk weed.
And, huh?
We used to call it skunk weed back in the day.
Okay,
That was
skunk weed.
that was before we had the term loud,
Mhm,
hydro,
mhm.
right, or GANs. Before any of that, that specialty strain was called skunk because it smelled so strong. But go ahead, what you're saying. So it was waking you, waking you up throughout the night.
Right. And so I was just like, I was thinking my husband, because he doesn't smoke in the house. I was thinking he was, in the garage. So I was like, oh my God, okay, I'll be glad when he finished his relaxation, whatever, whatever. So I tried to go back to sleep. I went back to sleep. I woke back up. Hold on just for a second. Hold on.
One thing about mama do these people is they ain't never done. Mama
Mhm.
could be on the phone. Mama could be in the bathtub. Mama could be cooking in the kitchen.
This is
But when she
all
hears certain sound from them babies, everything stopped till she find out what that is I hear.
this is all day long. I homeschool, so they're with me all day, every day. And
Okay,
so
let me ask you this before you go any further.
mhm.
Do you have a sister support that gives you breaks from your children, like your sister, your mama might babysit them for a weekend or something like that?
um my older children, I have older children. My oldest is 32 and my youngest is 12, and I raised my grandson as well. So my daughter, she will come and watch them, take them out. So I do have somebody to give me that break. And I
Okay,
do
'cause
have
that's very important, and I'm gonna tell you why. You will get stuck into caregiver mode, and it's a condition called caregiver syndrome. Mothers, a lot of time is so stressed out, but they don't have time to decompress from those stressors because they don't have no support team to assist with the children,
mhm,
right? Once you have that support team and you can decompress, now you're more present for the children
right,
and you're able to be more effective at homeschooling, or I don't even like to call it schooling,
right,
home education programs, right? You be more effective with
mm,
wife responsibilities will be easier for you because you have your team, right?
right,
But we ain't never been as isolated raising children in the history of humanity than we is right now.
right, right. Right. Because I've been a single mother. Like I have two sets of kids. Like I said, my oldest is 32 and my youngest is 12. So I know what it's like to be a single mother doing it all by yourself. And then I also know what it's like to have a partner and not doing it all by myself. So yeah, I do agree.
Yeah.
I do agree.
So, and you can finish what you were saying about the you was waking up throughout the night, smelling the smell of the skunk weed.
Yes. So I finally was able to go back to sleep. I was awakened again. And so I kind of, I've had the experience of visitations from certain people, and I know who they are by their smell or by what I've heard. But this one was unfamiliar to me. So I was kind of like moving my head because I was irritated by the smell. And so I noticed that it was only on one certain side. And so
What side
I was
was that?
like, okay. Was it on my left side? Right side. It was on my right side.
Okay.
On my right side. And so I was like, I kind of remember saying this out to myself and out loud. I was like, I don't know who you are, but I want to go to sleep tonight. Let me go to sleep tonight. I don't want to be up tonight. I don't know who you are. And so I said that I was trying to go back to sleep. Well, I noticed that I could feel and smell it come like kind of be in my face. And I was like, I don't know who it is. I don't know who you are. I said, but
you know who it is, and I'm finna help you track him down. Okay, so in your family, you got a elder uncle who would probably, if he was living, be close to 100, if not 100. And the people in the family remember him fondly because of the smell for him smoking. And they used to crack jokes about it and have good stories to tell about him getting high smoking the herbs. Now, you might have to go ask some of your siblings, or your mom and pop still around?
My mother is, yes.
Do you got another phone by you?
Yes.
Okay, when you call your mama and say, Mama, who is the uncle that was known in the family for always being high smoking weed? And she gonna give you his name.
Okay. The only other uncle, the only brother that she has is no longer here.
It might not be her brother. It might be her uncle or her great uncle. But she'll know because she'll remember the story. As soon as you ask her, hey, Mama, which one of our uncles or great uncles was it that is the family knowing most because of him smoking weed?
Okay.
And then she gonna, you want to do it now? We can find out now. It's a good experiment.
Okay, let me see.
This is a signature Chiefs walking around smelling like weed all up in church. Can you put her on speaker? Tell her she on speaker.
Okay, hold on. That's it. She'll answer the phone. My mama is some years old and she be going.
The one monkey don't stop no show.
But she needs to have herself at the house. Hello?
Tell her she on speaker.
Mama. Yeah. You on speakerphone. I got a question to ask you. I'm trying to, you know how I ask you these questions about different family members to try to figure out different stuff? Okay, do you have an uncle that was known for smoking weed?
Did I have an uncle?
Yes.
Or uncle or cousin. It could be your cousin too. An elder in the family, a male.
A male family member that was known for cracking jokes or smoking weed.
Who is that?
I'm on the live and I'm asking a question to this person and I'm trying to figure out something.
My uncle.
Or a cousin of yours, a male cousin.
But he would be close to 100 around now if he was still alive. Close to 100 or just past 100.
My mother is 80, so
she'll know who it is. If he was living right now, he'd be close to 100 or just past 100. And everybody would always crack jokes about how high he be smoking them trees. They probably made fun of him because it was a taboo back then.
That's
But that's the
Well,
identifier.
I didn't have an uncle that I know of. I had a cousin, but he wouldn't be 100 years old.
we're close
How old would he be?
to.
He would be younger than me. He's about 4 or 5 years younger than me. So he would be about 74, 75.
So that's close enough. And now, if she tell you his name and the answer is right, you're going to feel a sensation that's going to let you know when she tell you his name, if that's him.
Okay. What's his name, Mama?
Who am I talking to?
You talking to me. He's not getting your personal information. It's for me. I want to know the person. You don't have to say their whole name. Just say their first name.
First name
Roy.
and nickname.
Okay. Roy. Okay. Okay. Okay, Mama. That's all I needed to know.
All right, give me a call back.
Okay. Bye.
So when she said that name, did it feel like you wanted to just suddenly be like, yeah?
Mm-mm.
'Cause You
Mm-mm. And I
showed,
know
you
he's talking
showed
about.
had a unconscious response because you nodded.
Oh.
You nodded yes soon as she said his name.
Okay. So
When I end the
maybe.
video, go back and watch it, and you will see so that's called an unconscious response to a piece of information, right? You didn't plan. You didn't plan.
Y'all go back in the phone. Y'all go back in there. I'm on the phone. Okay. Okay. Would you please let him listen to your song? His song. I'm on the phone. I'm on the phone. No, I'm on the video phone call right now. So please. Okay.
Okay, so when this video ends, go back and watch that part again.
Okay.
Watch your non-prepped response to her saying the name.
Okay.
Right. If it didn't feel right, you
Mm-hmm.
would have had a sense of that ain't him.
Mm-hmm.
But if you feel like it's correct, you're trying to find out how to communicate with your higher self. That's all you're doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right
Mm-hmm.
now, I'm giving you a cheat sheet. Right. So when you go back and look, you can remember what you was feeling because you're gonna be able to use that to calibrate and fine tune so that when you're looking for the source of the psychic experience, right, and you ask somebody like you asked your mother his name,
Mm-hmm.
and when she give you the answer, you'll be so tuned in to your senses that you will get a clear, definitive, energetic yes or no that you can identify internally, right?
Okay.
And the reason I told you before she said the name is to prep you to notice your emotional response, right?
Mm-hmm.
And your emotional response also is accompanied by what they call an autonomic physiological response, right? That's when the answer is wrong. You'd have been like, without knowing it,
Mm-hmm.
because in poker, it's called a tail.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right. Now you learning yourself and how you are communicating with your psychic abilities, and then you use your elders to go and ask questions like, do we have an uncle that's known to be a weed smoker, or cousin or relative that's up in age? And 74 is significantly close to 100,
Right.
right?
And does it
And
change? Because he's still alive. This man is still alive. Does it change? Or was he visiting me
he
astral?
could be telepathically communicating with you without intentionally doing it.
Okay.
There's a
Okay.
lot of telepathic information flying through the air
Mm-hmm.
from everybody that don't know that they have that ability.
Mm-hmm.
They believe that they just thinking to themselves, but they shooting out a telepathic link,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
So you got what's called the sympathy or empathy connection.
Mm-hmm.
The empathy connection in science is called a sympathetic um, nerve response, right? But the connection is an empath connection, empathic,
Mm-hmm.
meaning that because y'all can love each other, you can vibrate on the same channel, which will allow you to pick up and seeing information to and from each other. Consciously, you may never be aware that you're doing it because we've been told to turn our psychic abilities off. But
I'm familiar with that, what you're talking about, because um I have a couple of friends that they instantly know, or I instantly know when to call them.
yeah,
So I do agree with you on that. And I've had that experience before. Yeah.
hmm so you have a natural, automatic, physiological response, and the things that you agree with,
Mhm.
you'll do like this automatically,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
And the things you don't agree with, you will either become stoically still or you will bag up and slightly nod no.
Mhm. Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
You talking to yourself, and the people that understand you can tell by your response in a noisy room whether you in distress or whether you cool,
Mhm. Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
Because you have an exaggerated physiological response to what you're thinking. Learning your own language is the key to getting direct communications from source that you're supposed to act on, right? And the source is sending you the information, but we was taught to turn it off. So now we have to reactivate our senses, right?
Mhm.
Now, my job is to get you to understand the mechanics of the connection between you and source and how you use you to communicate with to you as your own prophet tied to source. You don't need no intercessor. You got a direct connection.
I,
The women
I,
have a what's called a strong rooted connection in utero. Then the earth
mhm.
connection is they source connection through mitochondrial, right? And this is how when certain stuff happen in the world, certain women feel it so strong that they will actually grieve a mass casualty event that had nothing to do with them or nobody they know. But because they so tuned in to their heart frequency and it's tied to mitochondrial frequency, which is also tied to the uterus. And when they tell you in that song in the church, Jesus on the main line, they
Mhm.
talking about source is connected to every woman through the uterus directly, not indirectly. It is the only place where you see manifesting creation of sentient beings, and it's the only way we can get in. And it has to be by an agreement between the birther, the source, and the one who's supposed to plant the seed. Normally that's the father, but now it's the science, right? Once you understand that you have those connections, that you can talk to source, right? Then your psychic abilities begin to turn up, right? To the level in which you can control the gift,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
Once you understand how you communicate to your higher self, it's like you have your own language that you talk to God in that don't nobody have but you.
Mhm.
And now you linked in so strong that the people around you, they will be able to ask questions without being in the room with you. And for some reason, you'll have the urge to go find the answer or bring them the answer. And sometimes you don't know that they had the question consciously until you get around them, and then you start discussing the subject matter to the underlying question they asked. And then you give them the answer, and they were like, I'm so glad you came over today, girl. I was trying to figure that out, and you brought the answer. You become what they call a messenger of God. Because your response and their ability to communicate with source becomes so strong that other people allow you to go ask source the question so that you can bring it back to them, because their senses cannot develop fast enough or high enough. They need somebody from the family that has the skill set. Right. This is the Delphi priestesses in Greece, right? They came from the daughters of Isis lineage under Hathor and Bast on the cat house. This is why the Catholic Church is a cataholic. When you write it down and separate the words into syllables, right? You get cataholic, those who is addicted to the feline energy, but they not addicted as in a drug addict. They are because of the reliability, their addiction comes in as to you can answer their questions, so they try to do everything to take care of you.
Okay.
Right. So this is why the priests and priestesses, they don't solicit donations, because the value that you're about to give to the person, they know that if you properly compensate the messenger, right, then you make sure that you slant the deck in your positive direction, because you didn't come with empty open hands looking to take. You came with full hands looking to exchange. This is an energy frequency like a battery. And if both people are on what we call positive resonance, right, meaning they're in the right heart space, then when they make that exchange, then it's a reciprocity, right? Favor for favor in the hood. And then it's gratitude attached to it, which is the amplifier on the speakers, the kicker box speakers, in order to blast it into the 3D, right? And so now you got your amplifier hooked up and you have your construct hooked up. Okay, so now you have to be able to read your own blueprint. Okay. Once you're able to read your own blueprint, which is your own method and operation, your MO, what if you committed a crime, the police can follow your MO in order to track back to the person that it is, because there's certain things that we do that don't change within us. That's called your core self, which is your true self, right? And your true self is seated in the heart chakra, but your ego self is trying to navigate the brain, right? And the support is the intestinal brain, which is your secondary brain, which is the brain that you use to gain control of your heart space brain and your brain, because you can't get rid of that person that's hijacking your brain until you can control your own inner energy flow. And the practice tool for that is fasting. Right? So you practice the fasting, it gives you the inner discipline to control when to turn the gift off so that you can get a reprieve and a rest. right? This takes us back to needing that support group so you don't get caught in the caregiver syndrome, right? Once you have that intact, you know, and this is the purpose of family supporting family. Everybody talking about, I can't homeschool, I gotta work. But they got a sister sitting over there struggling to get her bills paid, but she don't gotta go to work. She don't got no job, right? But she love all the babies and all the babies love her, but don't nobody want to, it don't never cross their mind to say, let's pay her to be the teacher. And most people don't know that if you homeschool, then the school has to give you a stipend because they're not using it in the school. That's to make sure that your educational needs of your child can be met and you the one in control. Right? So you already have a curriculum for yours.
Yes.
Right? So that fast tracks everything. Then the empathy that we used to have for each other that we learned from watching the women in the sister groups. They didn't never allow one sister to become so overburdened that she snapped. Right? They used to arrange things where the sisters know her energy and her pattern. Then they help her by inserting retreat, Women's Day, Spa Day, right? Museum Day, Concert Day, right? Where they may have some of the teenage girls might take the babysitting duties while the elder women go to the Ronald Isley concert. Now you at the concert, you can let go and experience the concert, which is your deep breath from being constantly caregiver, 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 caregiver. Right. And then when the sister group work by they take turns, everybody got to get their me time. They enforce it, but they don't enforce it with force. They just know it has to be done. And as a group, we're going to arrange each sister to have her day. And the bigger the responsibility, some of the sisters might say, no, that girl need a week. She need a week of downtime, you know? So then they step in and they be like, this week, you just gonna sit on the couch and watch soap operas. And then Cheryl gonna come over in the morning, cook breakfast, get the babies out to school. And then Betty gonna come over at noon. She gonna cook you a lunch or bring a lunch with her. Right now, remember, this is assuming that there's a male counterpart for you there.
Yes.
Right. So they know that as a wife, you're going to feed your husband. So then Sarah come in at 4. She say, I'm coming in at 4 and I'm going to put your dinner on. You just tell me what you need cooked. But you going to sit there and you just going to be in your moment, in your space, in your own energy. Right.
That's been a struggle.
Yeah. So that's how the sister groups work. Right.
When I started, well, not when I started because I've been homeschooling for about 4 to 5 years now. My grandson's other grandmother, she homeschooled and she had her grandchildren, and another one of her friends had or is raising her grandchildren. So we kind of had that for a year and a half to 2 years, but it fell out because they decided to put their children back into the brick and mortar school. I don't feel comfortable doing that. So out of the group, I'm the only one that's still homeschooling.
Yeah. So what's the thing that they don't see coming? I've been telling parents, they trying to force us to shut the educational system down by taking our children out of the school. They can't tell us what they doing. Because then we won't be using our free will to stop it or block it. So they got to limit to how long they're going to allow these parents to keep sending their children into the enemy system. While the enemy is falling, he's going to have a tantrum. And he has sleeper cells in all of the high schools and junior high schools as we speak.
Mm-hmm.
And all they waiting on is to get the right event in the public that triggers them to go into active hot agent mode. And their mission parameters is the program that they operating from, which is normally given to them in psych offices using a combination of drugs and hypnosis. So the event might be a train crash and then 7-day countdown to school shooting.
Mm.
Right. So the 7 days was the activation period to tell the Manchurian candidate, the hypno assassin, to go into operator mode.
Mm.
Right. So we know they have these things set up. They haven't recovered all of the, what they call them, assets, which is the sleeper cells, which is the ones that don't even know they programmed to be activated as an assassin because they think they're getting competent mental health.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. I agree. I had a dream over 5 years ago, and I don't really want to go into the dream, but the dream was consistent of the world spinning faster and faster and faster it got. People just start falling off the earth, and just falling, and that wasn't the initiating thing for me to take my son, because my grandson has never been in a brick and mortar school, but to take my youngest son out of school, that wasn't the initiating factor, but it is one of the components that has kept me from putting them back in.
Mm-hmm.
I do resonate with something major will happen. I do resonate with that.
So my biggest worry is that the parents are not paying attention to the level where they can protect their child properly.
Yes.
Right. And I've been telling people, if you can, try to pull your children out of those schools. Elementary, there would have to be a Manchurian candidate externally activated or a staff member.
Mm-hmm.
Right. They can't use an elementary age student to do it, but they
Right.
can use an older person in the vicinity to do it.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Right. So that's my concern.
Yeah, in our city, I want to say a month or so ago, at my niece's children's school, there was an active shooter in the area, and it was an elementary school. So I do believe and I do agree with you in that. I do.
They showing us the signs that it's gonna happen. It's
Mm-hmm.
not a prophetic thing that I'm talking about. It's they putting these signs out all over the place, was indicating that what they're about to do. Because when Trump took the election, all of them know their days is numbered between now and January the 1st. And now that their hand is exposed, they throw a tantrum and start activating sleeper cells. Right. This is what's commonly known in the so-called conspiracy theorist community as a false flag. But when they say it's a false flag, they don't mean that the event didn't happen. They said the event happened, but it happened under the control of a power source. Somebody in power controlled it, right? So the outcome in the false flag event can be used for the purpose that they initiated the event.
Okay.
People really do die in the false flag events, right? They have let's say like 9/11, what they call a mass casualty event.
Mm-hmm.
That's when they really trying to shock the people's core consciousness to change the frequency. And if we don't change where we give our willpower, we can't change the system. We're giving our willpower to tell them, okay, do the next false flag event so I can continue to be the victim.
Okay.
Right. So by making people aware of it, you saying, I see the coming false flag event and I don't want to participate in that frequency. It's not of my highest good nor the good of the people or the planet. Right. And then you being a natural medium, once you learn your higher language, then you will be able to see things that we need to know about so clear that when you explain it, the sincerity is so raw that the people listening have to pay attention. But you got to go through your training period, right? So you got to remember, don't overstress yourself. You know, use self-talk a lot to control your program so you're not having idle chatter that you unengaged with, just running around in your brain doing what it want to do.
Okay.
So you use self-talk because when you're talking to yourself, none of the lower frequency beings is allowed to interrupt. It's like your privacy call to God. So they shut up while you talking to yourself. So now you can hear clearly what you thinking of your own.
Okay.
This understanding is a real critical part to psychic self-defense. Because most people, all this stuff is coming through their head. They think they thinking, and a lot of times they getting hit with telepathic messages just flying willy-nilly into their head. Some of them low vibrational telepathic bugs get trapped in your psyche, and then they keep running a negative pushing paradigm that doesn't fit the character of who you are. That's how you know that was a ill intention that somebody had towards you that you let get in through the telepathic channel. If you're unaware of it, then you're more likely to act on it. But as soon as you pay attention to the thing, let's say for instance, it pop in your head that you need to go rob the corner store. Right. And they got all of about $300 in the register, but you got a $80,000 in the bank, your house paid for, your car paid for, you got plenty clothes, shoes, food in the kitchen. That doesn't even make sense for me to rob the bank. The value is disproportionate to the idea. Right.
And it's not my character.
Right.
It's not it don't fly with me. So yeah, I do understand that part. What I was picking up on or what was resonating with me, giving me an understanding of what's going on is in the middle of the night, I could be just a word will pop up in my head or a phrase will pop up in my head, and I'll get up and I'll just like Google I'm like asking myself, what are you trying to say to me? What am I supposed to learn from this word or this phrase? And so I could be up all night long trying to.
So you are a high priestess of your tribe, right?
Okay.
And the reason why you are high priestess because you are in charge of receiving spiritual information from source and giving it to your family in terms they all understand, and you become the resident wise woman.
Okay.
Right. And when we get back to our culture and stop everybody trying to get one up on each other, your position gonna make it where you gonna always have people bringing you gifts. Those are the donations from the gratitude of the people that's bringing them. When you receive them in gratitude, then the spiritual message that you give them in return is their compensation. And if they adhere to it, 9 out of 10, it's going to alter their life for the better, and you the vehicle. So now they all of a sudden end up haphazardly making an excessive, ridiculous amount of money. And they say, if I had never talked to Auntie, I would have never knew. Let me go give her some more compensation. Right? So they might be then built up an $80 million empire. You still operating off $200,000 a year or less. And they come in and they be like, I'm so grateful that you taught me what you taught me. And this is my gratitude, love offering you. And then your next thing you know, your $80,000 is now $2,080,000. Because the gratitude they had, and because of the good energy frequency, that's they locked into doing a righteous deed in return for a righteous reward. But they return in the reward for you being their Delphi priestess, your family oracle, right? And then they start doing events around you because of your gifts, because they want the rub to be on the next generations of priestesses coming up. And this is how you end up being a tribal mother, which is the highest rank in the tribe. Higher than the chief is a tribal mother, right? Because she's directly tapped into source, directly tapped into Mother Earth. And she's able to assist people in so many different ways because of the connection in the spiritual nature of the 3D reality. So, yeah.
You have confirmed a lot of things that I know to be true in my own personal life. When you talk about Big Mama, Mother, a lot of people in my family liken me to my grandmother, in look and in, I don't want to say attitude, but they liken me to my grandmother a lot.
Okay,
And
so your grandmother was the matriarch that kept all of the family together.
Yep.
She crossed over?
Yes. Yeah.
Somebody has to be the heir. And normally the heir is exactly like the person energetically, even if they express it different from a different environmental training simulation. So they recognizing you, and when you accept the responsibility of being the glue to hold the family together, this is when they get more tight-knit. They begin to be more functionally tolerant of each other, where that they can properly communicate, and all of it is generating a harmonious frequency. We call it the love frequency. And it makes it where all of the family functions is beautiful. When you have had a drunk uncle, because the other sober uncle's gonna sit his ass down. You're not finna be ruining Big Mama stuff. Now we sat here and watched you. You didn't entertain us enough, acting the fool in front of everybody. But now Big Mama said enough is enough, and she sent us out here to sit your ass down now.
Yeah.
Right. And they normally, you don't have to go beyond the discussion that the elder uncle is giving him with all of the cousins and nephews and brothers that's behind uncle, waiting on you to act like you don't want to hear what Big Mama said when she said pipe that noise down. Pipe it down, buddy.
Yeah. We just had a family reunion, and my mother normally kind of keeps it together since, you know, her mother has passed over. And I'm normally the one that sits back and observe, because my family can kind of be kind of cliquey, and so I don't mess around with that. And so last year when they said they want to have a family reunion this year, my mother said, okay, let's have a committee. Well, the committee, when it all boiled down to it, on the last day, most of the work was put on me to do. And I
It's a
can tell
family
you that
training program.
I get it. I get
Family
it. And
training program.
I get it. And I was like, you know, I quit at one point. I was like, I can't do this, y'all, whatever. And I had to go back to my mother, and I was like, you know, I'm going to apologize, but I got to, it's some things that I cannot allow you to do to me to continue. I'm willing, because I feel like my grandmother is unctioning me to do this, and I want to adhere to what she's unctioning me to do. But by the same token, I got to draw a line of what I'm going to allow you to do to me.
You're
And
supposed to
so,
have your boundaries. Anybody tell you that you're not supposed to have your boundaries is trying to control you for their betterment and at your demise. Anybody
right,
that accept your boundaries is going to work with you within your boundaries because that's a matter of respect,
right,
right?
right.
So, but you was going through a family initiation because remember, your mama was doing it by herself,
Mm-hmm.
but then she called the committee for a committee. This is like a CEO calling a meeting of the board members, right? And at the other end of the table, there you sit, heir to the throne that your granny left. But we don't know as the board if you strong enough yet to handle the responsibility, or will you even be able to understand that because you in charge, you can still delegate responsibilities to how you gonna figure that out on your own and execute
Right, right,
the plan like Big Mama would have did.
right.
Right
Well,
now, so that's the equivalent of a board review with your mama sitting at the head of the table. She called for the board review because they want to give you the family torch. Okay, now they can't just give it to you because they don't know if you can handle the responsibility yet.
okay,
So they had to start somewhere, and you had to experience it to even know if you want to accept the part. Right? Nature calls you. Nature's going to make sure you understand if you're the most qualified for the part, that everything will be provided by the law of nature in order for you to be effective in being the glue that keeps the family together. Right? Just because they put you in, it looked like you got most of the work.
yeah, yeah. It's been completed. We've already had it. I did get
But I'm showing
most
you
of
the process on the training method that your family is using in
okay.
order to develop your skill set and understanding of the role so you can determine if you're willing to take it.
Mhm.
Right? So, in the course of being delegated the heaviest load, you can still look and say, okay, let's just say we're going to use this for an example. We need a pan of macaroni,
Mhm.
and you know that your cousin Carol cooked the coldest macaroni in the family. Delegate, and you call Carol and say, look, I got on my list. I need this amount of macaroni for the family reunion, and you the best macaroni maker in the family. So I want to know if you're willing to take on that responsibility.
Right.
And she, well, girl, ain't no problem. I'll do anything for you. Right? And then the same with the other sister is the fried chicken because she the coldest. The other one got the potato salad because she the coldest. And you got to remember when you in those places, you can also delegate if somebody is exceptionally good in an area.
Right.
And all you
Yeah.
need is a mutual agreement and love and harmony between the two of y'all, and they'll gladly do that for you because you ain't telling what they was going to do. You requested if they would be able to handle this load, and it's in the confines of what they like to do anyway, or they wouldn't already be the best at it.
Right.
Right. Let's say you ain't good at bookkeeping or banking, but you got a little cousin that is an accountant.
Mm-hmm.
Baby, can you come over here and assist me in organizing these accounts because I don't want to ruin the money for the family reunion?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, girl, I'd be love to do that. It give me something to do when I ain't at work. Right? Now you learning to allocate responsibilities according to skill set. And if somebody's already good at it, they more likely to accept the responsibility than if your plumber cousin call you and he tell you he's gonna do your electricity and he don't know nothing about being an electrician.
No.
Why don't you call your brother? He the certified electrician and you just come fix my plumbing.
Right.
Right? So that's part of being the matriarch. And this matriarchal rule is the one who does the job best is the person you select for the mission. When you understand those things, those are understanding tribal mother duties. Right? Now, the load of you on you have in the most part, even though it might be the biggest chunk, because you know what you need, you know who can help you with which part in proper context, which makes everything go off without a hitch, smooth and trouble free.
It
So
makes a lot of sense.
you being groomed and developed by your family to hold the part with grace and with dignity and with style, your style, the way you like to see things, right? Because you are creating experiences for family members to enjoy themselves. And because they all enjoy you, that's going to make your inner light shine. You're going to be walking around glowing like a light bulb, right? And
Well,
it's going to radiate through. They're going to feel it. And when you at Big Mama house, you don't really have no arguments. You might have one or two drunk uncles that everybody know gonna come with some bullshit. So you already got the uncle committee ready to sit their ass down if they try to fuck shit up.
okay.
Right? And this ironically can be seen in what we call gang culture because they tribal.
Mm-hmm.
Right? On the West Coast, it's run the fade.
Okay.
Right? And in the Midwest, it's more you're gonna get this violation if you don't act right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that's the difference, but the similarity at the same time of following our DNA program culture as opposed to following the script that the corporations gave us as to how we're supposed to live. We still gonna follow our tribal traditions no matter what system is in place. The families are going to always try to reconstitute, and we always need a person in the family that's the guiding light. In your family, you the one.
Okay. Yeah. I don't want to be on her. I don't want to be the only one to talk, but yeah.
Yeah. Did I answer what you needed to know when you asked about the census?
Answered a multitude of questions that I had here that I didn't ask, because a lot of things that had been going on, you brought it to its finest point. You brought it all together for me to understand what's going on.
Okay.
And it explains the dreams of my grandmother. I feel like my grandmother was communicating with me.
Yes,
Yes.
she absolutely is, because she picked you when you was a baby.
Mm.
That's
Mm.
why they call it that you the anointed one. You the one that's blessed as the heir to the position in the family. And that's why the other family members openly compared you to her after she gone, because they openly telling you next in line without telling you next in line, so you don't get the big head and close your man.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So then you understand it now as you develop and fine tune your senses, your psychic senses, and the more you understand how you communicate your personal communication with the self, you're gonna be so effective that this gonna be spooky effective. Some people gonna be scared of it because they don't understand how you can be that tapped in. They don't know that they can too, because they was told they can't by the system, right? So your assignment is, when it's live over, is to watch your part,
Okay.
so you can see your responses as you agree or don't understand something and you need more information. It all plays out in your autonomic responses on its own. You just have to learn it, because it's going to help you fine tune the skill. And the more you understand it, the better you control it, and the better you control it, the more of it that the universe gives you, according to your level of control.
Okay.
All right, sweetie, I'm going to let you drop down, and I'm going to take somebody else up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
There was a sister that was supposed to came up, but I forgot who it was. If she can send me a request, we get you up there. India, you won't come talk to me today, Miss Carter? I just accepted somebody that was sending me a request. I don't know if he gonna get it because it's not showing it. Okay, it's another person. It's Cliff Simmons. What he do, player? What he do? Sent you that accept. I don't know. Or say add, so he about to pop up any moment. Big Cliff in this mofo. Irie Sweets is next. So make sure you don't unrequest yourself. Okay. And say Cliff declined. Okay. So I'm gonna go Irie Sweets. We'll see if you can come home and chat with the chief while the chief be chiefing. That was a pretty good conversation I had with that sister. Hey.
Hey, how
Hi.
you doing?
I'm doing good. You're so cute.
Thank you.
So how can I help you today?
My first question is I want to know about speaking in tongues. I first learned about this topic when my mom, she brought me and my family up in a Christian form, and
Mm-hmm.
we went to that's when I first learned about what speaking in tongues were. And my mom, she was able to develop that gift from the church. And then eventually I was able to tap in with that gift too. And so whenever I would hear myself speaking the tongues, I always thought about if speaking in tongues is related to our original tribal lifestyle.
That's a good question. Okay. So in the Bible, in the New Testament, the first time they say speaking in tongues is Paul talking. And they saying that the Holy Ghost or the Spirit settled on the disciples and gave the ability to discern and speak in many tongues,
Mm-hmm.
right? The word in the Greek is lingua. Lingua means tongue, right? But it means that they able to translate other languages without ever knowing the language. And
Okay.
so that's the biblical version of speaking in tongues. In the modern American churches, is the only place where you hear the Mamo Sasakambo speaking in tongues,
Mm-hmm.
right? And what that is, that does not come from Christianity. It's not Christian to speak in tongues the way the so-called black church speak in tongues. That does not come from any Christian denomination that hasn't touched the shores of North America. It don't exist nowhere else.
Okay.
This is a practice that came from the earth rites. The earth rites are called today voodoo and hoodoo,
Mm-hmm.
right? And the origin of shouting in church is also a earth rite, right? The reason why people was flopping around like a fish when they caught the Holy Ghost is because what they are actually doing is they're in a slumber and they're trying to wake up. And the higher conscious spirit is a sensory overload for
Mm-hmm.
the central nervous system, and the body involuntarily reacts. And that's the origin of shouting, right? The speaking in tongues out of the Voodoo culture is actually ancient Atlantean. That's a language, a for real language, and you have to have a spiritual sense to be able to translate it, to hear it, and to consciously speak it, because other people gonna know by the frequency of what you describing if you telling the truth or if you making it up.
Mm-hmm.
So the Badoon culture was absorbed into the black Christian churches under the guise of the AME first, and then they became Baptists following after John the Baptist. And they was baptizing in the river, the old Mississippi, right? This is why biblically New Testament has always got them on the banks of the river, fishing or having feast or something to that effect, but they coming from the land,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's a mirror flip for us to translate all of that stuff and understand what it means. So when the frequency of the actual true person speaking in tongues and the people that's hearing them in the congregation are tuning in to the frequency of what the person is saying subconsciously, because it's an ancient language, it's programmed into the subconscious of all sentient earth beings. So when they frauding and then they translate it, the Lord wants you to give the preacher a new car. That's what they said. And then the people that's sensitive to accurate frequency interpretation be looking at this jackleg ass preacher here.
Right. Right.
Right? But when the sincerity of heart is in it, then the people that got the message subconsciously can determine from the focal point of the energy if it's accurate or not just by the frequency,
Mm-hmm.
right? So when they say that the people in the South conceal their practices in the church, this is what they was talking about. The Catholic Church don't shout, they don't speak in tongues.
Mm-hmm.
That's the origin of Christianity. They should be doing it if it was a Christian concept. It's not Christian.
Okay.
Right? And a lot of the what we call American based or rooted Christian denominations, all of the reverends is either Masons, Freemasons, or tribal priests. And you can tell by how they move whether they're a tribal high priest for real or if they're a fraud. And the fraud, they supposed to be there too.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you just following the glitz and the glamour, the righteous don't need you in their way, right? I'll give you a couple of examples. One of my favorite Christian preachers was Freddie Price, right? And because he attempts to tell the truth and he focus on that, right? My other favorite Christian preacher is Geno Jennings because he's uncompromising and standing on what the Bible say, right? So now you got these two people are teachers and they doing it from a different angle or perspective. Geno Jennings gonna call your ass out in the name of the goddamn Lord. I don't compromise what the Lord said for none of you low vibration, no belly crawling, undermining, turncoat, traitor ass niggas to what's right and righteous. I'm not going to bend for you. I'm not going to bow for you. I'm not going to try to cover up your dirt.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's Geno Jennings.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Right. Pastor Price is more academically rooted in his delivery of the message because you see him oftentimes with research notes while he's teaching, right? He don't have to be 100% right, but if his heart is 100% true
Mm-hmm.
and he's 60% right, we'll be able to extract that 60% emotionally that's going to make the message stand out clearer than him just writing it down and giving it to you because he's adding additional elements of expression,
Mm-hmm.
right? The same way that the church used to conceal our secrets and from the earth rights, right? This is what caused the Salem witch hunts in Winston-Salem, I think it's North or South Carolina, right? Because the big mamas of this land was teaching the sacred art, or they call it yoni science,
Mm-hmm.
right? In vagina monologues, the discussion of the power of the female reproductive organ, right? The head of the goat, greatest of all time.
That's what the goat represents.
Yes, the head of the goat is the woman's uterus with the fallopian tubes going off to the side, depending on which goat it is,
Okay.
right? When the one they call Baphomet, the head is synonymous with the female uterus, which is the place of procreation,
Okay.
right? Whereas in the man, the procreation is coming through his pineal gland into his cerebral spinal fluids. And the attractor and activator is the testes that put out the living sperm cell, right? So the goat head is the man with the mask on is the father.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's mama's baby, papa's maybe. If it turned out to be his, then he is the GOAT, greatest of all time. But if he the wrong one, the mask can't come off. He's just a low down billy goat eating in the grasses, following this beastly nature.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Which is a disconnect from the proper feminine energy of the women reproductive organ. He have no respect for women, therefore he has no love of the yoni. Right. The women enforce it energetically, make him become the pariah to all women by frequency, because when enough of them begin to dislike you because you got slimy ways, they finna send you a sister or a white girl or a little Asian chick. Your nose gonna be so wide open that they can set up shop like Grand Central Station and run a whole subway shop through there. And she finna do your ass a number that's gonna remind you of all the good women you fucked over. She gonna spin you around like a whirling dervish and bop you off that hard ass wall in the name of love.
Mm-hmm.
Because once you get done being flipped around by her like a giant being flipped by an ant, right? Because she's only going to do it through the energy that you projecting, so she's going to Aikido your ass.
Mm-hmm.
Means
So pretty much.
take your center of gravity and use it against you because you did enough dirt and now you have to pay the price.
Mm-hmm.
And then her nickname going to be Karma.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And she gonna always have her best friend and sister, Mott, right along with her. And they gonna balance your ass out, whooping you from pillar to post, from emotion to mental, back to emotion until you balance that shit out.
Mm-hmm. I'll show you.
And that's why it's important to do your shadow work.
Yes. Thank you.
Welcome.
Next question. I listened to BDL
Mm-hmm.
1014. I
Mm-hmm.
found out about you through BDL from watching him.
That's my
And
guy. I love be there.
he is so amazing. Like everything he does in his delivery and just everything, he's amazing.
If you
Um,
hear me and Drea talk about him, if you be hearing me and Drea talk about be there, you would swear that's our son together.
he is so cool. He brought up the letter M on our hands. He was in a live video with Black Magic. I'm new to Black Magic 3632. He's absolutely amazing as well.
Brother Rick,
But
that's my guy.
yeah, he's so I was going on like a binge, like just a binge worthy watch of your videos with Black Magic 363. Like it was a great time. But he brought up the letter M on our hand standing for Master Mason. But he didn't go like in detail of what it could mean. All he said was that if we have an M on our hand, it could stand for Master Mason. And so I looked at my hands. And I have one on my left hand, if you can
Mm-hmm.
see. Um, and then I just have like 3 separating lines on my right hand. And Beta, when he showed his hands, he had 2. He had one on his left, one on his right. So if you have any information on what that means, I would like to know about that, please.
Well, first of all, M is the 13th letter.
Okay.
It's not an accident. It's not a coincidence. Right. M also not just the 13th letter. It's the first letter in mother,
Mm-hmm.
matriarch,
Oh yeah.
matter, Mason.
You said matter, maybe?
I said Madam
Oh, madam. Okay.
Mason.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now the M is also a upside down W.
Mm-hmm.
Woman, wife,
Oh,
witch, wise woman,
wow.
right? As the 13th letter, that's called the Queen Mother Seal. The Queen Mother is the mother to the king, but
Mm-hmm.
the queen is his wife, right? So when you see imprint in your hands are your first magical instruments. When you a baby, you remember mudras
Mm-hmm.
from past lives. So before you can control any other part of your body, you control your hands. Because of the mudras that you doing at birth, you creating the wrinkles that become the lines in your hand. You went mute, sweetie.
Sorry, my timer went off. So we have lines on our hands from doing mudras as babies.
Actually, in the womb.
Oh,
So you
wow.
start doing the mudras in the womb. As soon as the first thing that you can control on your body are your hands,
Mm-hmm.
right? And once, as soon as you control your hands, the knee-jerk response or the reflex action of that is to begin to do the mudras that it's telling you to download information as to who you're going to be in this life, right? Now, the movement of the hands, if you look at those lines when you open and close your hand, you will see that the creases,
Yep.
right? The reason they're creases is because of the wear, just like when you get leather, and the leather get lines in it from you walking with the leather pants on, the lines is normally at the back of the hip. I mean, knee, behind the knee.
Mm-hmm.
And you see the wrinkles. So this is how you got them in your hand while you was developing in utero. You was doing the mudras to seal yourself. And you seal yourself sacred to the mother, right? So the goal is for the child to grow up and become the pride of the father and the joy of the mother. Every parent that has a true heart will put their life on the line to give their child a best life.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't always interrupt their learning process because they have to become who they becoming. Your job is to educate them on how to stay authentic to themselves, focus on how they developing, and to become the best product that the parent could ever wish for, and they become the pride of the father and the joy of the mother,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because the mother is giddy that her child is being Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, the greatest to ever do it in the field that they chose to take on as their life work,
Mm-hmm.
right? The mother's pride spills out as the joy, right? And the father, right? The father becomes enamored with the child he produced, right? And the amazement of it draws the energy out of the father. And that's where his pride is. in his ability to effectively educate and rear a child that can positively impact the world to a magnificent degree, where they can be talked about for ages to come because they mastered something so well, and it just makes me overflow with pride that I'm your daddy. Right? And the family building frequency is based upon that understanding of there's not just happy wife, happy life. You know, it's happy too remains true.
Happy to remains true.
Mhm. Because y'all people talk about 50-50, 70-30, and if we ain't both 100-100, then I ain't in it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I don't got no secrets. My phone ring, girl, answer that. It's somebody named Shelly, so answer it. Ask her what the fuck she want. You know, I'm not hiding nothing. I don't have time for that because I'm too busy trying to build something.
Right, right.
And my people that's close to me helping me build, I don't want to put stress on them while I need them functional for the role they play. So I observe, and if they need some guidance, I guide. But then I get the fuck out the way and let them live their life. What you supposed to do?
Mm-hmm.
And just because we don't talk in years, I still F them up about you, right? Because the heart still remains true,
Mm-hmm.
right? And as long as the heart true, then what meant to be has to happen. But the heart got to be tested, tried to be true. So we go through the struggles of life to prove who we are to ourselves so we can come everything we ever desired to be.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But the externals, the systems that's trying to use you as a cog in the wheel is trying to tell you to ignore that aspect of who you are. W.B. Boyce talked about that in The Warring Soul and Souls of Black Folks. Right? We had two parts of me trying to get out. Well, they gonna have to be friends. I don't have time to be fighting with them. So the one that's right gonna call the other one wrong, and the other one gonna call the right to the other one wrong. Long as they keep that standard, we can function on the straight up. The energy becomes so efficient, there's no more entropy. Everything runs smooth. But it don't run smooth because it wasn't obstacles to overcome. We just overcame the obstacles before we set the ship off to sail. Right? Teamwork make the dream work.
Yes, yes, it does. Thank you. Psychic self-defense. Um, that was my first time hearing psychic self-defense was from you. Um, how can I practice psychic self-defense? Like, what would be the first step for me to do that? Because I noticed that recently, I would say in the last recent like maybe 5 months, my sense of telepathy has been increasing. It's become stronger. And back to what you were saying with the goddess before me, how she'll have like thoughts coming in and she'll know that it's not her thoughts, it's coming from somebody else or somewhere else. I experienced the same thing. And I'm like, where did that just come from? Like, I don't think like that. That's not from me. So how can I tap into psychic self-defense?
Okay, so first you got to understand that you already have a psychic self-defense model programmed into who you are. That's your birthright spiritual protection that's always there.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now, you have to exercise the faculties of the psychic self-defense by practice in order for it to be optimally effective. First, you accept the natural spiritual self-defense mechanism that's built in, even if you don't understand how it works yet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I always tell people they need to understand the art and science of self-talk, right? Because you're only trying to communicate with your higher self. You're not trying to communicate with them sorry-ass folks that live down there on the corner. They don't got nothing to do with this,
Right, right.
right? Your greatest asset is the self, because you are the one who came to be victorious of the life that you chose to live out in your book of life,
Mm-hmm.
right? So since you the only person knew you well enough to write your book of life, you wrote it. So now you have to understand how to read it in the 3D, because it's written in energy, right? So in psychic self-defense, you learn self-talk, because the self-talk overrides the idle chatter of telepathic communications, because the call to the self is what we call a priority hotline call. It overrides anybody else that's trying to talk to you in the mind space.
Mm-hmm.
So when you start talking to yourself using self-talk, all of the other ones have to shut the F up, because mama and daddy talking.
Mm-hmm.
My divine masculine inner self is talking to my divine feminine inner self. And they trying to figure out how to read this goddamn book that's written in energy before me. So then we use tools to exercise building the psychic skill set, right? In the understanding of the self-talk helps you apply the training method of the psychic skill set, right? Because now with the self-talk, you can guide yourself through the process of development.
Mm-hmm.
Right. A lot of children's games are based on tuning in your frequency to your higher self. And that's why they took away all the board games and went to computers and video games.
I loved playing board games as a kid. Like that's
Hmm.
all. Oh, board game puzzles.
So there's certain ones that's training modules. Monopoly is the training
Yep,
module for business,
my favorite. Yep.
right? Then the Scrabble is a spelling bee competition to train you to have a grasp on the language that you speak and to teach you the words in the language,
Mm-hmm.
right? The more words you know, then the more you understand what other people saying in communication. Because somebody might use an entirely foreign word in the group. Everybody got the story twisted, and you the only one knew what they was talking about,
Mm-hmm.
right? So you have to set your training up in the psychic arena, and you use training tools, but the best training tool is the self, right? So you have the tarot cards is to open up your clear visual senses, or your clairvoyant senses, your ability to mentally see what's taking place. By reading the images around you, you can track the energy down,
Mm-hmm.
right? And now that you understand all of the energy, it gives you more life control over your own life. It's a will training exercise. If you don't know how to train the wheel, Mother Nature will create a life that will put you in your training simulator loop until you figure it out. Then some of us come to others to ask the answer in order to assist us to get out of the rut that we created trying to flip out of this damn loop,
Mm-hmm.
right? So the self-talk and the breathe like a singer practice. The reason why wanted to practice breathing like the singer. It's called diaphragm breathing, because spirit and breath is the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
The exercise and control of the breath with the physical, energetically, spiritual, it gives you control of the spiritual flow of your energy. The more you practice, the more you control your energy, the better you can communicate with source and also other people.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The goal is we trying to get everybody that's tuning in to not tune in to Rod Hayes, tune in to myself. But Rod Hayes can give us the tools that he used to do it for himself.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So self-talk, breathe like a singer, control of the breath, give you control of your spirit. Then everything that say psychic self-defense, try to read it. Because you get tidbits. There's so much to psychic self-defense. You get tidbits of information on how to use it subtly. But when you study the subject, you get to see all of the different types of things you can do and what spiritually you protecting yourself from.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So now you built your psychic self-defense by understanding the nature of psychic self-defense. Your subconscious mind, once it understands the assignment, will not wait for your indecisive ass conscious mind to give it the instruction to practice it. It will just practice on its own.
Okay.
Right? And then this is when your psychic messages be more under your control, because you turn the energy on and off on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And now you can tune in or tune out in order to keep your sanity. Right? Because it's tiring when you're receiving a massive amount of negative psychic energy directed in your direction.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And the misery that comes with that is the strength builder to shut that shit down. Right? Fuck around and find out, crew.
Right, right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So did I answer all your stuff?
Yeah. Just one last question.
Okay, come
Uh,
on with it.
so I don't know anything yet about Orishas, but in one of my recent tarot readings, I was told that Orisha Oshun has been trying to communicate with me. So, what can you inform me about Orisha Oshun?
Oshun is the goddess of the fresh waters.
Mm-hmm.
Her colors is gold and black.
I love gold.
She sometimes come as the raven, which she used as a disguise to escape before. So the priestess of Oshun is often visited by raven or raven appearing birds like the crow.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But she is the sensational, juicy side of the feminine,
Mm-hmm.
right? The love that melts on you like honey,
Mm-hmm.
right? This is Oshun. And um, she was uh, neglected by the other Orisha. So she held back the sweet water and created the deserts.
Mm-hmm.
The desert is here because the man brought famine on the land by his disrespect of the feminine, because Mother Earth herself is feminine.
Mm-hmm.
So we create the desert to let you know that ain't no sex jumping off, right? Until you start to heal Mama,
Mm-hmm.
Mother Earth. And the only way you're going to heal Mother Earth is stop being a narcissist. But narcissists is few and far between. It's narcissistic traits picked up by regular people,
Mm-hmm.
right? And this becomes belligerent to the sweet waters, right? Also, the Oshun is the honeypot. The honeypot is the money pot. She is the female heir um, that Isis picked as the queen mother, which takes us back to the M13. And the queen mother picks her because of her ability to make her son, the chief, the king, happy,
Okay.
right? She keep him happy by staying in her, as we say at the Goddess Glow Up crew, keeping her juicy, right? So when we talk about relationships, everybody talk about that man protect the woman stuff,
Mm-hmm.
but we don't talk about the part where we bring the sweetness out of each other, right? So bringing that sweetness to the forefront is what makes the relationship become bliss.
Mm-hmm.
And I will snatch you up about man. No questions asked. And I don't got no slow down button. I don't got no reverse levers.
Mm-hmm.
Don't mess with man, because she can keep a smile on my face when I'm sick in the bed with diarrhea, migraine headache, and cramps in my stomach. All I got to do is look over and see, and I'm smiling again. Right? Going through the misery of the suffering, but feeling the joy of the love at the same time. Now, you talking about speedballing, uppers and downers, love and misery at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's looking for the balance. So Oshun also, she have all of the yellow fruits are offerings to Oshun, like mango, oranges. The only way you give her a lemon is it got to be lemonade.
Okay. Okay. She likes lemonade.
You can't give her nothing bitter because that's disrespectful to her nature,
Okay.
right? So it's all about keeping the glowing energy coming through the heart chakra,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's when the energy of the love frequency so potent. When y'all look at each other, both of y'all start blushing, and everybody looking at y'all like, what they got going on?
Um, how can we know if we're a daughter of whichever Orisha? Like, how would I know if I'm a daughter of
It's a
Orisha?
lot of ways. It's a lot of ways you can know. Sometimes you just know what you know, and can't nobody tell you how you know it, and you so sure about it that you can't be convinced that it's anything else.
Okay, your intuition
Right?
was
That's right. And you knowing without knowing how you know.
okay.
Okay. As you study them, you can feel through your heart chakra being affected
Mm-hmm.
by their story. That means that they moving you in the heart. That's the goal.
Okay.
Like, so let's say we take the bodybuilder. As he go through the pain of building his body, he's working with the implements of the Ogun, right? And they understand that the pain bring the results that the Ogun is pleased with, and they be pleased to live in the Ogun energy,
Mm-hmm.
right? And the symbolism comes in the form of a muscular male bear, a muscular bull ox, a muscular gorilla, right? That Ogun energy, that big old 7 foot tall colossus of a man that all of the women looking at and talking about, that's one big, fine, sexy motherfucker right there. Right. So that's optimum Ogun frequency. right? And all of the more you understand the frequency, the more it move your heart space, it tells you which one of them you are related to, or is your patron saint, or is your ancestor.
Okay.
Yeah. So the more you study them, you'll know which one, because you will see some of the descriptive analysis is going to be playing out as descriptive analysis of your very own life,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
That's called walking the path of the Orisha. They lay a path out, you follow the path. If you following the path, you understand the assignment by understanding which Orisha sending you. It makes you more effective at your function of living your life according to the principles that is expressed in that particular Orisha.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The Orisha is also recognized as chakras. Right? Each chakra has a different function, but the similarity is all of them have to do something to their specialty. So you learn about the chakras, you also learning about the Orisha.
Which chakra is related to Oshun? The solar or the sacral?
Um, no, she's not the sacral. Oshun, I think she's the throat chakra, but I'm not 100% sure,
Okay.
but I can find out.
Mm-hmm. Um, that was all my questions.
Yeah, she's the heart chakra.
Oh, she's a heart chakra. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Oshun, the Yoruba goddess of love, fertility, and abundance associated with the solar plex chakra. Oshun is also known as River Orisha or goddess and is associated with water, purity, and sensuality.
Okay. Thank
So,
you.
Oshun's energy is also represented as the Virgo energy, the Virgin, the divine Virgin, right?
Okay.
And um, the goddess of love, right? So all of them come in teams, and all of their team carry the same characteristic descriptive analysis in order to know which divine feminine is on the rise.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So when we talk about Big Mama and the divine feminine, we talking about Lilith, the great mother, the dark mother, the mother that teaches all of the other mothers how to be mothers. Right? The quintessential mother, right? And the divine feminine of the maiden, which is the bride to be, right? That's the goddess of love, Venus Oshun energy, seductive and innocent at the same time,
Mm-hmm.
right? And the pure heart of the Oshun priestesses make a man melt, right? Right where he's staying, he can't help it because she the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then you have what's the other expression? That's sidetrack.
What do you mean by divine virgin? Because when I was listening to a few YouTube videos last night about Oshun, and they said that the peacock um is one of her symbols, and they said like however many like colorful spots
Mhm.
is on the peacock represents like how many times she's had sex. So what do you mean by divine virgin in relation to her?
Okay,
And
the divine virgin in the physical form, virgin don't mean spiritually what it means physically.
okay.
Right. When the heart is pure, they call it having the heart of gold.
Mm-hmm.
right? And as the divine virgin, as Virgo, and
Mm-hmm.
the Redeemer is looking for the divine feminine that falls under the Virgin or Virgo energy frequency.
Okay.
That's the purity of heart in the weighing of the heart ceremony, right? So while we trying to determine the purity of heart, there's certain characteristics that openly express, right? So, yeah, I got sidetracked again. Somebody knocking to get in.
I'm not taking up too much time, right?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I just lost my train of thought. That's when I be channeling and somebody's flipping the spirit message in, sometimes it throws my attention span off to the
Mm-hmm.
message I'm delivering, right?
Okay.
Because they might not be compatible for me to deliver that message while I'm trying to get this one across.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll like jar my brain, like, what the fuck?
I got you. Okay. Well, that was all I wanted to know for tonight. Then, thank you so much, Rod.
All right, sweetie, thank you for coming up, having a little chat with me. Keep
Yes.
on smiling. When you smile, the world smile.
Thank you. Yes, I shake.
Okay. Yami Tion. Yami Tion. I think that's how you pronounce it. Yeah, I needed to get me a drink. So get my faculties back in order. When you getting channel messages, right? You have what's called bandwidth frequency that you can download the message. And sometimes when you're in the process of downloading a message and somebody trying to send you a message, it interfere, causes a temporary cognitive dissonance from them breaking the energy field. And I was getting hit. Okay, here we go. Hey, pretty. Okay, here we go. Hey, pretty. Hey,
Hi.
hey, you
Well,
watching on the computer?
say it again.
Is you watching on the computer?
I was, but I just changed it to my phone.
Okay, because I was just getting feedback like the computer was in the background.
It was.
Okay. Yeah,
Is that
I'm here
better?
now. Yeah, because it's giving me feedback on and static.
Is it
So
still doing it? Because I shut that computer off.
um, let me see. Check one, check. So okay, so it's good.
Okay.
So how
So
can I help you today?
wow. So I want to say hi to you, Chief Hayes, and thank you for having me on your live. This is my second time speaking with you. I spoke with you maybe a year and a half ago, if that.
Okay.
We spoke for a very long time. So I wanted to get on this live and tell you from the last time when I spoke to you,
Mm-hmm.
the feedback that I got from you. I just want to share some of that with you
That'd be
and
great.
some of your viewers. So we spoke for a very long time before I was going through, I can only say it the way it is. I was going through hell on earth, and you probably didn't know it I told you a little bit about it, but while I was going through that, I was also going through a second birth of
Can you do me a favor, sweetie?
yes.
Okay, I need you to take a deep, deep breath.
Okay.
And when you exhale, let your muscles go limp. Feel yourself relax.
Got it.
Okay. Now, you
Got it.
got your composure. There you go. It's in your voice.
Got
Okay,
it.
go ahead. You can take it from there.
So I was going through a spiritual growth. Even before I started watching you, I already knew that I was changing, and I felt it. And so when I talked to you, um, you just confirmed a lot of things that I was going through. Um, so since then, I have grown so much. I have elevated more than I was before. Um, like we talked about on so many different things. I told you that I'm here experiencing life, you know, on earth. But you know how people talk about, you know, like life after this, like if it's a life after this, you
Mm-hmm.
know, or people, they're not sure or they're asking questions about it. So that is something that I'm certain of, you know, and I am certain of myself, of who I am, you know, why I'm here, you know. So you just helped me so much to elevate that and open up, because I wrote down so many things that you told me about so I can learn more about, you know, just things that I don't remember, because a lot of things is coming back to me, you know. So I just want to thank you for what you're doing, for helping us wake up and realizing who we are and why we're here, and the importance of self-awareness. Um, off the subject, but on the subject, um, I was watching something about a month ago, and it reminded me of some of our conversations.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, I know it's kind of silly, but it was, you remember a show called Mork and Mindy?
Yeah, more, nano, nano.
Yeah. So when I was little, I used to watch that show, like laughing, you know. But then when I watched it as an adult, it it made a lot of sense. And I think we take a lot of things for granted, or we ignore a lot of things while we're here. And that show was just a reminder, because if it wasn't truth to some stuff like that, why would it be thought of? Why would the show be made? You know. So I don't want to talk long, because I've been watching this for a long time, and I have to be at work. I just want to thank you so much for what you're doing, so much for confirming a lot of things with a lot of us. Because if we wasn't curious, we would not watch you. We would not be on live. We would not be taking notes like the young lady was right before I seen her. I think she was taking notes.
Mm-hmm.
And others like you, like 363 Magic,
Mm-hmm. Brother Rich.
Brother Rich, so many others. Just what y'all doing is wonderful, because it makes us feel that we're not alone, and it's like opening up a portal for discussion, and a portal for knowledge, because we're all here to learn and grow, and that was stopped. You know, our knowledge was stopped. You know, from people who didn't want us to grow and expand. So what you're doing now is for all generations, the young, the older, they're starting to rethink stuff or remember stuff. We're all getting grounded with life, whether it be financially, spiritually, eating well, treating each other well, loving each other again, all of that stuff that was taken from us in so many different ways, through slavery, through what
So
was
let's
that? Oklahoma. What was that? The Oklahoma.
Oklahoma City Massacre.
All of that.
Listen,
we talk
we
about the ancestors.
we have
I'm
to stop
sorry.
saying slavery and start saying war. We was at war. We wasn't
Yes,
slaves. We was captured in war,
definitely.
right? And once we change that paradigm, we step out of the victim circle
Mm.
and stop being victimized. So it wasn't slavery. We was at war. Then they tried to erase who we was by paper genocide. Yeah. Well, I'm so glad to hear that I was able to help you and I was able to give you information to help you grow and prosper, because that's the goal. It ain't no
Absolutely.
sense in having the chief on the land if we can't benefit the people.
Absolutely. From you to me, because that's what I'm doing now too. I mean, that's what I've been doing all my life, and I wasn't realizing my position. But now I'm very sure of why I'm here. And now that I have, like, even if it's a community with social media, with helping to grow, so I can be that seed for others that come around me too. It's a wonderful thing. So I just want to thank you, sending love and blessings, abundance to you and your tribe, and keep doing what you're doing so we can all get strong together.
I appreciate it, sweetie.
Okay, dear.
All right. Talk to
Have
you
a
later.
good. Bye-bye.
It's stuff like that that make my struggle worth the struggle. Just to be able to help one person. And the information that I'm sharing with y'all and the discoveries that I made over my years of study is becoming apparently obvious of the beneficial and therapeutic effects on the psyche of our people. So the goal is to uplift each other and stop tearing each other down. And you have to be the message in order for the message to materialize in life. So the feedback, like that sister, it proves to me that I didn't suffer in vain and that none of my struggles was wasted on self-pity and um, victim stancing who I was. I ain't never been nobody's victim. I ain't gonna be nobody's victim. And if they think they victimizing me, that's just because I ain't pulled the fuck around and find out lever yet on their ass to show them that I'm not the one for the games, right? So the goal is to try to help as many as we can using the understanding of the problem by giving the people the portion that they need in order to solve their current conditions and problems immediately, as soon as possible, in a reasonable and working time frame. She not the first testimonial I had. Sister Florburn listened to me and received a massive amount of downloads. She said it was the frequency of listening to what I was saying, and it was having aha moments with her that made her write a whole thesis behind the experience and the downloads that she received, right? Um, and when I was telling people that the government is gone and that we actually under martial law, we've been under martial law ever since the bankruptcy was declared. This is why you need police, because they are the UN peacekeeping force that's monitoring the war zone of under the martial law. Coming to find out, they are the adversaries to the people of the land, and that's why we had so many um, deaths at the hands of rogue element police officers. Now that the charter has been revoked, because the charter was held by the Pope, and the Pope rescinded the charter, meaning that now they are operating in rogue capacity. And this is why they bring in special forces in with the National Guard to address the issue of foreign agents operating as if they own this land when we don't even own the land, but we protect and guard the land because it provides our resource for our sustenance, our survival, right? So I be so overfilled with that positive feedback, because that just encourages me to give y'all more information and try to help y'all more and more to tune in to your higher consciousness. Danielle, you still coming in, sweetie? I'm logging you in now. Come on in, come on in. Answer that request? Yeah, she must have left. Okay, so that didn't go through. Sadiq Ullah, my brother Sadiq, they can't add you for some reason. Star Nayar, come on, Star. Can't add that person. Anybody else want to come up, send me a request, or raise your hand? Um, Trying to see if I remember who earlier I was supposed to let somebody in. I can't remember. I think it was Fiera Marie. I think I think that was her trying to get in. Hey, sweetie,
Hi.
how you doing?
Good, good. I finally got you on the live.
Hey,
Shit,
now that
I'm
you got
nervous
me,
as
what you
hell.
gonna do with me? You hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. I say now that you got me, what you gonna do with me?
I guess ask some questions.
Okay, I'm gonna try to give you some answers then.
Okay, do you remember the video I sent you?
Which one? Cause I get hundreds of videos.
Okay, the one that I said with the Donald Trump and then the UFOs in the skies, like a million stars gonna be in the sky, stuff like that. The
I don't think I
hundred.
seen that one yet. It might be still. I'm probably haven't got, cause I'm behind on catching up with my messages.
Okay. Okay, okay. No, no, you did got it because you responded. You was like, look, I know exactly what you're talking about. And then you was like, I was like, okay, then tell me. You was like, nah, you gonna have to do a call or something. I was like, okay.
Oh yeah, I remember that conversation, but I don't remember what was in the video.
Okay. So I am a newly cyclic. I don't like to claim myself as that because of I just gotten in connection back with myself. But so I have visions, and most of my visions always come true.
Mhm.
And so I had this vision in 2022 that Donald Trump was going to be assassinated. Well,
Mhm.
not assassinated. They were going to try to attempt assassination on him.
Mhm.
And then, but they're not going to get him. And there was this big mama like figure woman, and it was 7 women surrounding her. And so this big mama, she called forces from other worlds, I guess. I don't know. But she called for it and she was like, hey, look, yeah, I got to bring them down to earth so that they can come and fix this shit because of the black people ain't doing what they supposed to do.
Mhm.
And then so there was the head lady, the head chief. She was like, okay, cool. I'm going to do this chant. I'm going to bring them. So she did this chant in a different language I couldn't understand. She chanted blase blase. And then so the forces came and there was like hollow UFOs, shaped UFOs filled with sky. And there was like a million UFOs in the sky. So anyway, to fast forward, um,
Now you said that was a psychic vision you had.
yeah.
Okay.
So um, one of the one of the places that they went was to go seek Donald Trump. Cause it was like, look, they're gonna try to assassinate him, and then Big Mom was telling them that, and them is they were 7 to 10 feet tall. I seen an army militant men. It was just they was like humongous. They was huge, and they was like, look, don't worry about it. We about to go check on him anyway. He ain't gonna get assassinated. Don't even worry about it. She was like, okay, cool. So, um, so yeah, so in the sky there was like many UFOs, and they wreaked havoc on Earth. So I saw a third of the population die, 1/3 of the population die, and it was yeah. So what else? Yeah, it was like 7 women surrounding Big Mama. I don't know what that means.
I do.
And yep, hell came down onto Earth. But
Okay.
I also
So
had another vision after that. Like it wasn't the end
let,
of the
let's
world
deal with the
though.
first part first. Okay. What you was having was a memory recall. The 7 sisters was the sisters from the Pleiades coming to assist Mother Earth, Isis, in her war against the rogue patriarchy. You seen what the skies look like during what's known as the Vimanis Wars or the Anunnaki Wars. When they came to attack us, Big Mama, who was the one talking to the Pleiadian sisters, called for assistance, and they sent ships from Arcturus, Pleiades, Sirius A and B, and from the Orion constellation to come and neutralize the threat on Earth. The reason why you seeing the Donald Trump attempted assassinations because that was part of the prophecy that's going to show us if we're moving in the direction in the recovery from those wars, right? You being a natural born medium was able to tap into Akashic records and review both past events tied to current circumstances play out in your psychic vision. Once you seen it, you knew what you seen, but you didn't really understand how it fit, right? So this is the part where you came to me because you need to see how this fit. In order for you to tap into that frequency, you have to have natural spiritual gifts that's been intact and haven't been corrupted. It's like having clean lenses on the glasses so you can see a clear picture. But once you get corrupted, you got gunk and fingerprints all over the lenses now. Right? So by keeping your heart pure, you thwart the corrupt agency of the physical realm from penetrating your love aura. And when you get to a certain skill set, then nature turns the skill up so that you can control it at a higher level. And that's what they call being raised and passed. As the energy turn up, you adjust to the new frequency. And now you at the part where you're trying to learn how to translate your psychic visions into competent, coherent, relevant information in the 3D realm, right? So this is what you were seeing because when you described it, I was able to remote view based on your frequency, drawing my psychic focus to the event. So you also is what they call a spirit guide in the flesh. Because it's like you was holding my hand, walking me through what you was describing. So I'm able to see it like I'm standing next to you, and I know the scene because I was also present. And they ain't gonna never beat Big Mama as long as her baby boy around. Point blank, period. I don't give a fuck where they come from. I don't care how many they bring. I don't care how big they is. I don't care how bad they think they is. They can be some number one A1 Bogarts. It do not matter to me. As Big Mama say, get them, I got them.
Mhm.
So they wanted to know why we was in the condition we in. So that's the mission she sent me on. Now I'm showing them this is how we get out of the condition of the psychological traps. Accept who you are, learn your inner language, and ascend to yourself, and you will have your best life. Now, you got a radar that every sister got, and it's called a truth detector. If the information is accurate, you felt giddy almost all the way through on the inside. And that's how you know I'm telling the truth.
Hell yeah. You telling nothing but the truth. God damn right, Hayes. The man with the knowledge.
Ain't no sense to having if you don't know how to use it right.
And that's why I got on this live with you. Because I need some answers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what about in 2023-ish, that's when I had a dream about I'm walking. I saw two moons. And then after I saw two moons, I was like, oh shit, what the fuck? And every time when I have my visions, I know that I'm like in a dream, and I know that I'm like in that shit. So I'm fully aware. I don't know how I do this shit, but I do it anyway. I see two moons. I was like, oh shit. So I look around. I see seven suns after that.
That's
After I see
the
seven
Seven
suns,
Kings.
and I don't even know what that means. And I see seven suns, and I said, oh shit. So I turn around. I'm telling everybody what the time is. So as I'm telling everybody looking into this like water, and they said, "Oh wow, look at this." I'm seeing creatures like different types of fish that,
Don't really
that the people in my
exist.
dream,
They
huh?
don't really exist in real life, but in your
Yes,
vision, the people in your vision was totally aware of the fish and what they was and how to use them.
But the people in my dream, they said, "Oh wow, this fish hasn't been here in 100,000 years. This fish went extinct." And then there was like other fishes that I've seen, and the one that really stood out to me was a checkerboard fish, and that's when I got spooked inside of my dream. I got spooked. I said, "Oh shit, it's about to go down." I don't know what a checkerboard fish means. Do you have any idea what a checkerboard fish means? Because they really spooked
In
me.
the psychic realm, the Masonic symbol is the checkerboard floor to signify the queen's game of chess. The queen's land is the chessboard, but the land of the kings is the checkerboard. We playing chess, not checkers. The flying kings came from the checkerboard and thought they was gonna conquer the queens on the chessboard,
Mm-hmm.
right? The fish is the symbol for the church or for the Christ, right? And it's also because we was under the sign of Pisces. So the checker fish is the checker flag at the finish line
Mm-hmm.
in a high-speed race for redemption.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a marathon. It's not a sprint, right? So psychically, you seeing the fish is submerged in water, right? That's spirit. Under Pisces, all of our heads was underwater, right? So everything was distorted. But when we come out of the water and get to dry land in the era of Aquarius, moving the zodiac to the new age. So when you get to Aquarius, you get out of admiralty jurisdiction and get back into the law of the land, right? You are no longer under admiralty jurisdiction. You under the great law now that covers land, air, and water. So your dream is giving you the symbolism of the reality of the events, and you have to learn how to translate your psychic messages. And the more things, symbols you know the meaning of, the easier you will translate it. Right. So this is the uplifting the fallen humanity representation of Noble Drew Ali, lifting the woman from the cares of the world, which was the cares in the water, right? And to take her to dry land and to protect her and the children with the sword as a Shriner, right? So when they play the story out, it'll play out as a theatrical performance in politics or Hollywood. Right now, all icons must fall. So everybody that you thought was your favorite icon is about to fall because the new system is emerging, and all of the dirt from the old system got to be exposed so that people understand why we choosing to elect the new system. Because we will no longer tolerate human trafficking, slavery, oppression through excessive taxation, the destruction of the families, the systematic destroying of the mothers so that they can't be functional caregivers to the children by abusing the fathers and making them kill each other and sending them to prison for doing it. So we done with that. We not tolerating that no more. But the people need a polarizing event. Being a psychic, you get to get what's called the cheat sheet, or you get the spoiler alert, so that you can be prepared for what's coming. Even if the rest of the people don't believe it, you've seen it with your own psychic eyes. Nobody got to tell you what you saw because you was there. So now you adjust your cells and you move on to your path. Keep practicing, keep studying the processes. Study ESP,
Mm, okay.
right? They got a whole lot of scientific research done on extrasensory perception. And extrasensory perception is your spiritual senses that your amen spell told you not to access. And that's why they all blamed it on the devil.
God damn right, you cold that motherfucker. Why you have people speechless? Man, you got me so speechless I can't even ask my next question. Okay. Knocking. Knocking in a dream. So I'm always like sleeping, right? So I'm always dreaming and I'm constantly getting knocks like by at the end of my dream. Knock, 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 and it's so loud it wakes me up and I be thinking like somebody like real life knocking at my door. Do you have any insight on that?
Yeah. On the psychic channel to receive the downloads that was put on the ethers by the spiritualists in the early 1900s. They used to rap and tap on the tables and chant to a frequency to encode whatever message that they was using to tap with. They used standard Morse code in order for the tapping to have a coherent translatable value. So if you can monitor the rate of the taps using the Morse code sheet, you should be able to translate from Morse code what they telling you. But you need quiet when you first wake up and you need to focus on the taps and the frequency and the cadence of the taps so that you can write it down in a series of dots and lines so you can translate the Morse code. Study Morse code. It'll help you to translate that better. But those are spirit messages that was put out into the ethers over 100 years ago during the early spiritualist movements of the early 1900s, late 1800s. And you being a natural medium becomes the recipient of the message most relevant to who you are and what you're doing in your life. And then once you translate it, you can solve whatever the problem was that they telling you. But 9 out of 10, if they just telling you job well done, you developed your psychic faculty to be able to communicate with us in the past by hearing us way up there in the future off of an echo into the old dark land. That means dark matter, which is the grid of spiritual frequencies, the baseline.
Mm. What's wild is that for the longest, like I ain't gonna lie, I thought I was going batshit crazy because I'm in Louisiana, so my people
Really
are
tell me
very
about it.
my people are very like reserved, religious. I'll say that. So like anything like in this field is like nah, you done lost your marbles, girl. So for the longest, ever since I was a little girl, I just stopped talking. Like I would tell them what I see, and they'd be like, "Don't tell nobody else that."
Mhm.
So for the longest, I cut all of my like psychic abilities off because I didn't know it was psychic stuff. So after I had my baby, while I was pregnant, it amplified. Like it amplified to the point it creeped me the fuck out. I was like, what the fuck? To the point I had to speak on it. And then so after I had my baby, it still was like amplified. And then I shut it off. I just told myself, look, no, no, I don't want to see nothing. I don't want to hear any voices. I don't want to hear nothing. So then when I saw that Donald Trump had got assassinated, or not assassinated, it was an attempt on assassination. I was like,
It's been 4 now.
I was like, Yeah, I was like, that already happened. And then so I get on my computer and they was like, nah, like they just attempted, and I was like, no, this already happened. Like, what is y'all talking about?
So they
And
have
then I look back at my
multiple prophecies about the last president and attempted assassinations on his life have been unearthed from some of the most renowned psychics in history. So, and also the reason why they come out as attempts, because Operation Looking Glass also confirmed that there would be people trying to assassinate the last president, right? And it's not, you're not the only one receiving that psychic message. Why are y'all receiving this same psychic message across years, hundreds of years, for in some cases? It's because the prophecy is the plan in order to close out the age. They have to play the prophecy out visualized in the public domain, right?
hmm
So they know that an event is going to happen and they've seen the prophecies already written. So they know that even if it don't happen, because some of them he got assassinated. But to capture that energy, you can prevent the assassination. The side effect is it's a return to sender deflection. So the person that put the hit out ends up becoming the target of the hit. And all you got to do is keep watching the political arena, because they just indicted Joe Biden for defrauding the people and using this political seat in order to secure over $27 million from Ukraine illegally. They just agreed to that in the so-called Senate hearings, which is the political satire stage show, right? So now all of it start spilling out like diarrhea. They already announced that these ships is here
Oh, they
in
here.
the Senate hearing. Now I've been telling people for the last 5 years, oh, these motherfuckers here, right? And you described them.
They here.
Yeah, them are the ones that if don't nobody figure out one of these judges to release Malachi, they gonna go get them, and they can't stop them. And they gonna come out with all of the chiefs that made the treaties that's held in Colorado when they go in there. They think because they the most secure facility that these big ass um, soldiers ain't gonna be able to get in there. That's child's play. They way too advanced. Your projectile weapons won't work on them.
Mm-mm.
Talk about Superman, and they all built like Big Tookie. I
Yeah,
call them the Black Adam crew.
yeah, yeah. I saw.
Yeah. And they got the same temperament as Black Adam, and they not playing. So the government can keep playing their shenanigans with these chiefs that they held and hold as POWs and political prisoners. But they gonna go around and find out that when it's time to change the age, the whole universe is conspiring together for us to reach our highest potential and our greatest good. So they can keep playing if they want to. They gonna find out because they ain't fucked around too much.
Okay, so earlier you said that my vision, I had correlated and mixed up the current events from the last war. Now, what I seen was that shit ain't get done. So they came and raised havoc. Do you think that that's probably what's going to happen? They're not going to let the Chiefs out, so they're going to raise havoc?
They not gonna raise havoc in the way that we know it. They
Okay.
just gonna do what the fuck need to be done. But it's
Mm.
totally possible that, because remember, you see everything going out that you seen coming in, upside down and backwards,
Mhm.
right? So they left flying away from the earth, but now they coming back toward the earth, and they here, and they not playing. And the agents notice the principle, and all of my stuff is time dated, stamped, an archivable format for the purpose of public notice, and they didn't all been warned, and they think that I'm just some crazy nigga on the internet that's talking. No,
Nah.
motherfucker, Sun
Came
Wukong.
close. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. So I have another question. What about these Native Americans that they so called today, Native American Indians? Like I see all over the internet that they legit is saying that this is their shit and they taking back over like this is theirs.
Man, look, some of them people is mixed with us, right? But all of them people not. The way that you find out the ones that's mixed with us, the ones that don't have casinos, right? Them, they mix with us. That's why they won't give them any source of revenue to that magnitude, because then they'll be able to financially fight the war,
Hmm.
right? This is why in the recognized tribes, the rich tribes not allowed to give economic aid to the poor tribes. That, how you gonna tell me I can't help my cousin and them get back on their feet, right? The only way you can do that is you have to give the benefit to the imposters. Them dolls roll, chief declared by the president, Thomas Jefferson handpicked crew, put on reservations to replace us in order for them to do contracts to surrender everything back to the Crown of England. What they didn't expect is that the non-treaty tribes would come up with a nigga like me that can see through their BS and tell everybody where to look to see how they tricked us. And now that I'm doing it, they surrendering the foundational documents that the empire is built on, because it's all paperwork with them. Ours is heart connection, blood rights to the land. Sacred ground is determined by who got the most relatives buried in the area. That ground is sacred to that clan, right? That's how it was determined. All these people that look like us talking about when we gonna get our land back ain't finna do nothing to help with the land if we got it back. They're not gonna do nothing. They just want to know. They just want to use the right to the land to bully other people off the land. We're not doing that. All of the bullying stops now. Your racist bullies, your sexist bullies, your oppressive bullies, your pedophile priest cult bullies, all of that shit got to go.
Hmm.
Big Mama told me to leave no stone unturned, and I told my mama I understand my mission. So I'm telling y'all where the dirt players is at, and I'm exposing the lying liars for the lies that they lying asses told, and they lying ass signatures signed to their work. Can't get no motherfucking more accurate than what we call source documentation, right? Long as we know that we ain't never been nobody's slaves, but we have been prisoners of war. We ain't no longer victims. We soldiers trying to restore order in the proper power position on the land to overthrow the corporations masquerading as our government. Right? So some of them people that keep our rituals, because there's certain rituals that have to be performed on the land to prevent catastrophe from cleaning the land up before we had an opportunity to do it ourselves. When we fail, Mother Nature gonna come in, and these seven sisters of destruction that you seen talking to her gonna wreak the most beautiful disasters the world has ever seen if they don't get right quick. And it ain't personal, it's just family business. We just take family business personal. They think that we could dance and make it rain, that we can't dance and make it stop. Make it make sense. You mean we can make it rain, but we can't reach down thunder and lightning dancing? What you think them boys out west see walking and be walking for? Why you think they gigging down south, second line stomping in the NO? They holding frequency among humanity and nature. They bus stopping and stepping in Chicago. They jitting in Detroit. Breakdancing in New York. They need some extra sources of power. Right? Because they got a horrible presence of wickedry in New York. And you move the energy until you move the wickedness out the frequency. Then they got to be exposed for the dirty dirt that they've been doing. Dirty motherfuckers.
Rotten motherfuckers. Okay.
They able to help you?
Oh, you helped me a lot.
Okay.
Because at first I thought I was going crazy. But nah, you helped me a whole lot.
No, you ain't going crazy. Remember, all the motherfuckers in the world crazy and you sane. So who you gonna ride with?
Me.
That's every day, all day. And when you find like-minded individuals that's on the same love frequency as you, that's your natural tribe. Trust nature. Don't trust man. Meaning the agency of wickedness they use to control each other because they can get mighty low with it. All right, sweetie. I'm gonna let you go and I'm gonna take somebody else, okay?
All right, Chief.
All right. Thanks for coming up.
Thanks.
Come on, Sadiq. I'm gonna try you again, buddy. Last time it didn't work. Don't blame it on the sunshine. Don't blame it on the moonlight. Don't blame it on the good times. Blame it on the boogie. Don't blame it on the good time. Don't blame it on the moonlight. Don't blame it on the sunshine. Blame it on the boogie. Sadiq, it don't look like you coming up, buddy. I'll give you a couple more seconds and I'm gonna put somebody else up. Danielle. Come on, Danielle. You sent me the request. Now I'm calling you up. I'm calling you out. Come on and chief with the chief so we can settle the motherfucking beef in these unmotherfucking civil gender wars. Because when you got the man and the woman on the same page, ain't nan one of the babies irate with rage. Okay, Danielle, I'm gonna have to take somebody else if you don't accept my ad. Give you a couple more seconds. Let's see. Bay Enlightenment. Come on up here, girl. Tell me what you want to talk about. Did you ever know the top of the earth is south? Oh, she declined. Christian Bradley. What's going on, player? Come on up. You're the next contestant on Chiefing with the Chief. Anybody else want to come up? Come on now. Okay. Who want to come up? Sarita McDuffie Long. Come on up. You're the next contestant on Chiefing with the Chief. Let's see if we can help you solve the motherfucking beef. Hey, now we got one. We got a live one in the house tonight. Hey, girl, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. You're so gorgeous.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me come up.
Thanks for coming up.
I almost didn't come up because some of you were talking about the things that were on my mind. Makes me feel good that we're all kind of on the same page.
It's the best life frequency.
Yeah. So I have a question about what's going on with the matriarchy. I've had a lot of people, talking to me about the last election, and I was listening to a video, and people were talking about Clinton and Kamala, and I was thinking, I feel like these people who are trying to run things are they know that the matriarchy is coming back, and they're trying to get ahead of the game by trying to put their own females in place.
And half up drag queens.
Yeah, and then I'm thinking, it came to me like it's not working because none of these females are from this land. They're not seated from the land.
And half of them not females.
Yeah, because I know you've been saying that Michelle is a man, and my mom.
Well, it's like 4 different Michelle Obamas, but one of them is for sure a man.
Yeah, my mom made me watch this speech she did, and I was like, oh shoot, she is a man. It just came to me while I was watching the speech, and I could just see it like undeniably.
Yeah. So you can tell the difference by what they talk about.
Mm-hmm.
The female Michelle is going to be telling people the right stuff to do and going to help people, but the man Michelle going to be on some real bullshit.
Yeah. Also, so I have been trying to figure out like my purpose, and I watched one of your videos. You were talking about sometimes the best way to find your purpose is the thing that triggers you. And I am one of these really calm people. It takes a lot to trigger me, except for when it comes to children. If you want to see me do something to make myself go to jail, it's usually over a child, and it can be anybody's child, not just mine. Mm-hmm. And then it came to me like, oh, I know who I am now. I'm guardian of the children because I've been doing this ever since I was a kid. Yeah. I remember in my neighborhood, like people's parents would like fight all the time. I'm an 80s baby. And my main focus would be making sure the kids was out the way. Mm-hmm. And keeping them entertained so they wouldn't be scared. And I've been working with kids my whole life in some capacity or another, whether I, went for that job or someone put me in a position to do that. And so I've been really like tapping in now that I know what it is. I can go work it go forward with intention.
Mm-hmm.
And I started my own house with my own children.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm much like the other lady where she said once she started having kids, she kind of really tapped into her psychic abilities. And I feel like I've been that way too.
You know
Was able
why?
to do, what's that? Why?
When you develop in the fetus, you feed in the fetus its mitochondrial instructions.
Okay.
Mitochondrial is the powerhouse to every cell, right?
Mhm.
And this connection with the developing fetus and the overload production of mitochondria is tied to oxytocin and what's called beta endorphin that gives you a euphoric sensation. It opens up all of your psychic channels because now your mitochondrial is all the way open. And this is why them pregnant women have that glow.
Okay.
It's from the mitochondria being operating at a very high frequency. So there's nothing more beautiful than a pregnant woman that's well kept. She just glow.
Yeah.
Right. And when you in that state, you accessing all of your psychic abilities because you are in a conversation with Prime Creator on what the world need in the child you producing. Y'all negotiating as the child developing how to build this child's tolerance to the 3D world in order for it to be have a certain kind of effect.
Okay.
In order to talk to Big Mama like that, Prime Creator, through the mitochondrial resonance, you have to um, turn on your psychic network of receptors. And the one that's most developed normally is the one that's the hardest to cut off when you give birth because you developed it to a certain level and you can still control it at a high level and get proper instructions from spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that's why that psychic activation takes place in pregnancy. It's also part of the mother being able to protect the child that's not in her visual sight. They energetically connected. And when the child is in danger, the mother can feel it and she instantly jump into action and she don't ask no questions. By the time you figure out what she was running for, then you see that she was chasing down that baby for a step in front of that car.
Right. Right. I've been communicating with my kids ever since they were conceived, all of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember feeling like, I was like, we have some kind of telepathic connection. And it was proven to me. My mom used to watch my daughter at my house while I worked remotely upstairs. And she was just screaming one day. And I ran downstairs to see, like, what was going on to help my mom out. And on my way down the steps, I was told to grab a doll and change the clothes. Now, come downstairs, there's baby dolls everywhere, but I knew exactly which one to go to, what clothes to put on it, and my daughter just started cut it out and just started smiling and played with the baby. And my mom was like, how'd you know to do that? I said, she told me as I was running down the stairs.
So when
And
when
it
you
proved to me,
operate,
okay, I know what I'm doing here.
so this is the part when they say that your mother is the first God you know.
Mm-hmm.
The baby is telepathically and psychically connected to the mother, and the strongest connection is when you don't sever the umbilical cord until the placenta release, because they exchanging information while the baby suckles.
Mm-hmm.
This is why doulas like ambient lit rooms, because those bright lights shock the optic nerve and renders the person with amnesia just long enough for them to reprogram them to something other than their life purpose. But yeah, the mitochondrial is the way the mother always can sense what's going on with her child. And it's the the frequencies is emitted for the psychic connection to the DNA as a communication network between mother and child. And by you enjoying being a mother, the joy that comes with that makes your connection to your children even stronger. Some women resent being a mother, and it makes the relationship go sour with their children.
Yeah, both of my kids, I had 3 kids and I lost one. And I feel like I still have a spiritual connection to the one that I lost.
You
Like
do.
he comes and talks to me and kind of like tells me where he's at spiritually. And
Mm-hmm.
then my other kids, my son stopped doing this. He's a little bit older, but my baby girl still does it. She puts her forehead on my forehead. She'll be playing hard and running around, and she'll just come and put her forehead on my forehead for like a second, and then she'll go back to playing again. And I just never understood why they did that.
She,
Both of them used to do it to me.
she testing your senses to see if you can psychically hear her. When she think you ain't listening, she put her
Okay.
third eye to your third eye to say, open your mind, right? But the open mind first had to be come from an open heart in order
Mm-hmm.
for the psychic sympathetic link to be solidified, right? And this is why a lot of the energy of the mothers, you could tell by how she raised her daughters, they link and they connection tell you how much of a hive mother she is,
Mm-hmm.
because the daughter's not going to want to move too far from her. They'll all live in the same city. As long as they can get to mama in 5 minutes, they cool. If it take them 30 minutes, we too far away.
Mm-hmm.
But that's that psychic link between mother and child that's always present. The most evolved women can experience it to a higher degree than the newer spirits that's trying to develop the faculties by living a book of life in this life. And then the sister support group is the sisters that help the ones that's new souls learn the frequency of the great mother frequency. So that's when mama in the kitchen preparing sustenance for the family, and she knows she's secure, the baby's secure, and you feeding them, and you go into a quasi meditative state while you cooking. Sometimes they sing, whistle, sometimes they tap their feet, you know. But that frequency that they tuning into is the mother's frequency that brings the greatest joy to women, because it's the highest expression of what a mother is, which is the highest expression of what a human is. The the duty of the father is to try to match the mother's energy of effectiveness and greatness and take care of the children on the counterbalance to the mother. And this is how you raise whole, healthy, balanced children, and that's why they was breaking up the families.
Mm-hmm. So I had this like feeling that I needed to put a book together for my kids and my nephews and nieces about our family lineage. And I never really done any ancestor work, or sometimes I would get these thoughts from like my grandparents about certain things that was going on with family members. But as far as really tapping into ancestor stuff, I've never done that. And I kept having these dreams about bringing my kids to the family gravesite, and it's like out in the country, out in the woods. And I mean, it kept bugging me. So one Sunday, I took the kids out there, and I kind of felt like maybe the kids are too young to be going to a gravesite, but I took them because it kept, bothering me to take them out there. And I said, well, we'll just go ahead and go to the old family church while we're out here, since that's where the gravesite is. So we go out there, and my kids got so happy when I took them to see the grandparents that I had spent time with. And and I knew that I had other family out there, but I didn't know them. And ran into one of my mom's cousins at the church, and he took us back out there, and he took us on a tour of who everybody was. He knew everybody, and there were some grave sites out there from the 1700s. And he's like, yeah, we've always been on this land. But every time I got near my grandma, I could just feel like, it felt like the ground was trembling under my feet. And I knew the ground wasn't trembling, but my feet were just like tingling every time I got near her grave. And I was just trying to figure out like what that experience was about, because my kids are just so happy and excited to be there. But I was just feeling like all this energy just from her grave. And she was the one that kept telling me to bring her babies out there to meet her.
You got a couple things going on here. You got
Mm-hmm.
ancestral recognition, which is the joyous feeling that the children felt
Mm-hmm.
because they was able to walk on sacred ground to your family.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same as a Muslim making pilgrimage to Mecca, you going back home.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now, the other thing you got going on is you have a chakra at the sole of each foot.
Mm-hmm.
And the soil with so many of your family members' DNA weave through it, you can feel the frequency coming through those chakras. And this is why grounding is necessary and important, because it also opens a clearer communication to your benevolent ancestors, assisting you in subduing your horrible ancestors from ruining your life. This is the spiritual warfare aspect. You
Okay.
having the physical sensation is the spiritual acknowledgement of the connection and the communication.
Okay.
By taking the children, you taking the future to meet the past. When you know your history, you can't be lied to no more about who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Then the elder, another thing you got going on, the elder that gave you the tour, that was the equivalent of y'all family's undertaker.
Okay.
And like if you want to give him a gift that's going to bring a high blessing reward, give him a black dog, puppy,
Okay.
right? Because the black dog is the closest companion to the family coroner in order to give him a spiritual support for being the caretaker of the sites of the family members that's present,
Okay.
right? So especially if he's a what they call a widower or a bachelor and he's elder,
Okay.
right? And the black dog is his protector in the spirit realm and in the physical. So
Okay.
it could be a let's say you give him a sissy dog like a collie or a poodle,
Okay.
right? It's gonna act like it's a cane corso or pit bull or German shepherd or something by
Okay.
temperament because it's a guardian. But
Okay.
he probably might have a specific puppy type he won't. But it'll give you an ancestral reward for the acknowledgement of his position as the caretaker of the grave sites of the family.
Okay.
It's a spiritual reward connected to that.
Okay.
And if you accept it with gratitude, it amplifies it on both ends.
Okay. Yeah, because I did get his information.
That's old
He gave it to me.
Mississippian dogman tribe stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an old custom of the land. Very old.
Yeah, and I once I left, I did some research into the history of the town, and it said the first thing it was old Tuscarora hunting ground, but the guy who founded the area said it was abandoned. But then I remember you said that they called abandoned lands when the people went to war. And around the time that he founded the land was during the Tuscarora War. But there was grave sites out there from that same time too.
That's because that's how you determine that it's what they call sacred land,
Mm-hmm.
because we have burial plots on it that go back for generations,
Mm-hmm.
right? Now they have community grave sites so that there's not one family in the area that they can claim as this ceremonial birthright land,
Mm-hmm.
because there's too many tribes mixed up. Unless they can come to the consensus of what tribe that they making allegiance to, then
Mm-hmm.
the graveyard become a chaos energy field. Too
Okay.
many tribes without the proper shamanic guidance for the souls to be released and
Mm-hmm.
to return back in the reincarnation cycle as a new version of their old self. This ain't our first rodeo, and it ain't our last. Yeah. So did that answer you?
It did.
Okay.
It did. Answered a lot of questions. And most of
Another
my questions
thing
you had already answered.
another thing you brought up I wanted to touch on was about being protective of children, right, as a life purpose.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I wanted to revisit it because it's about to be a lot of orphans, and we're gonna have big homes for orphans, and they got to have a certain amount of adults ratio to children, and we need caregivers for these orphans that's gonna treat them like they're their own children, right? So you training yourself to either be an administrator or a high position assistant in that function of tribal restoration.
That is crazy that you say that because my grandma was a foster parent. And um, one of the sets of kids that she had just ended up living with her until they became adults.
Mhm.
And so we just always call them our cousins because they've always been there. And then it's been on my mind so heavy to start fostering kids. So when you said that, that's
So,
why I started smiling because I'm like, wow, that's just really been in my head, just because
so
I'm
in our
familiar with how that works.
yeah. So in our tribal tradition, we never called it adopting and fostering. We
Right.
called it taking them in.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So when we take in the child, they got the same benefits as the rest of the
Mm-hmm.
kids. They all gonna eat the
Mm-hmm.
same. They all gonna get the same quality of clothing, and they all gonna have their own place to sleep.
Yeah, and that's how my grandma raised us up. We all family. She took us all on vacations together, fed us together, did everything with us together. So we never looked at them as foster kids. It's always like this is our family,
So
and still is.
if you go back and read a lot of the tribal history that's written, it's always stories of us taking in children from foreigners, from tribes that's been destroyed, that all of the adults get killed off in warfare, and the only thing they left on the battlefield was a bunch of crying babies. The
Mm-hmm.
women would take those babies and raise them like they own, and they grew motherly bonds because they natural mothers, and the child is in need of a mother.
Mm-hmm.
And then the tribal chief, all of the children in the tribe, them his babies. Period.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't trying to figure out who the daddy is. They're my babies. You fuck with
Mm-hmm.
one of them, you fucking with me.
Right.
Right. That's the old tribal traditions that's been stomped on by Child Protective Services and Department of Family Affairs.
Mm-hmm.
Right. They designed to take children from parents and put them in a different bloodline that's not compatible with their nature, and that's an experiment, nature versus nurture, that they've been running on the public as a psyop the whole time. And
Mm-hmm.
they've been laughing about the conditions of children raised by people that don't understand this child's nature because they're not from his bloodline.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But then you have some of us that the tribal bloodlines are so many infused that we can take in children from everywhere and effectively rear them to be functioning, productive adults.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And you one of those bloodlines. And this is why you get the spiritual sensation that you need to be a caretaker of children, because you sensing from your psychic senses, source telling you, earth telling you, and the other mothers similarly situating are all in the same frequency. So they all telling you
Mm-hmm.
that we about to have a bunch of orphans. There's about to be a bunch of adults that's not going to make it through what's coming next. But all of these babies need proper parenting, father and mother.
Mm-hmm.
And so we going to be having to form parent groups to establish the new tribal structures. Because you got people that don't want to raise nobody else's child, no matter what you say, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not their job. We don't want them people raising nobody's child if they don't want to be, if they don't have a natural, genuine concern for children. We don't want them around the children. Get them motherfuckers on down the road. That's how you create monsters.
Right. Right.
You know, and it's the mothers like you and your natural sense of motherly duty that's going to find that the resources will be available for you to help however many children you think you can handle, and you will be able to draw from other similarly situated mothers to form a team of mothers, because y'all all going to be compelled to get y'all self-time. Mothers is being neglected, and they suffering from caregiver syndrome, and due to the birthing procedures, mild cases of persistent postpartum depression. And the combination of the two is ruining the nature of the woman.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of them are single, which that means they don't have a counterbalance, a masculine to lean on, to just say, I just need to feel the comfort of your arms in order to relieve me of some of this stress.
Right. Right.
Right? It ain't gotta always be about fucking from the lampshade. Sometimes when you've been having a rough time at your function and somebody give you an embrace, it gives you the opportunity to release the frustrations, release the pain, release the stress.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know that when this person wrap their arms around you, you safe, protected, and comfortable. And now you know that it's safe to relax and let your guard down long enough for you to recover your composure.
Okay.
So I say cuddle on the couch like puppies.
Mm-hmm.
Whole family make a cuddle ball. Watch Netflix. Yeah. So did I answer what you needed, sweetie?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to try to let somebody else up, okay?
All right.
All right. Thank you. All right, sweetie, I'm trying to let you up. That's Danielle, I think. Yeah, that's Danielle. See if it's gonna let you in, sweetie. I'll give you a couple more seconds, and then I'm gonna try to let somebody else in. Okay, let's try this one. Try by enlightenment. Ooh. Like iced out jewels with this platinum style. You see the game blue smooth like a black and mild. Honey say she wanna hit when you step on the scene or similar to a sex symbol, if you know what I mean. Ice cream in the dream she be craving at night. For me to whisper in the ear, it's gonna be alright. Game tight, leave the body in the state of ecstasy. And every lady in the club on the dance with me. See, I'm the type to stand all the test of time. Make love to the body and seduce the man. Twisted in this rhyme, real platinum style. Got a line around the corner, about a half a mile. And he's lined up, just to see it from real. They grabbing on my arms just to cop the feel. Asking all type of questions to experience games. Sudden phone up, telling me names. It's a shame the way these haters be hating on me. Platinum back gorillas, they don't want to see. Okay, I'm gonna go into the comments to see if anybody else want to come up. Just try to let everybody that sent the request up, and nothing's doing. Nothing's doing. Um. Oh, let me see if Christina come up. Christina, Mike. Mm, mm, mm. So this is a platinum back production of Brain Banging University. You are watching the dean of the Sick Ape platform. Coming to you live with knowledge for the masses to free your asses. Locked and loaded. What's going on, money? Can you hear me? It's a little slow in
Man,
getting you up. I can't see you. Is your camera on or do you got it flipped?
man, I ain't good with this technology, man. I'm in the
Okay, look on your screen. You got a full screen
I'm
open?
hearing you rapping and talk at the same time.
Yeah, you in the loop. You in the loop. It's giving you sound from what I already said, but it's joining you in to hear me talking now.
All right,
So that means that the playback is playing back slower than the real time for you.
man, this is messed up. I finally get it figured out the request. Uh
Okay, well,
huh.
we can hear you, so
Yeah.
you might as well let's just get it in because I know
All
who
right.
you is. So
First,
you went silent now. I don't know if that was intentional or
yeah,
not.
I can hear you. All right.
Okay, yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, first of all, man, big ups, man. You changed my life, man.
Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it. Appreciate
like
it.
like I mean you talk about the grounding. A I got a I got a ground wire, copper wire running out my window, so even when I'm in bed I can ground myself.
Mm-hmm.
So but yeah, man, I have a question. You said Putin was family, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I remember him when he said the picture of who the real colored people was. He was flipping you the code, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if he is the good guy, why would he be giving out that vaccine in Russia?
They not giving out that COVID shit over there. Who told you
They
that?
didn't do that over there?
No. It was a couple. Well, they all shut down their country to figure out what was going on. But when they opened up, they didn't have no. They had no vaccine mandate in Russia.
Right. Huh.
He the
because
one telling us about the biolabs in the Ukraine, and that's one of the reasons he was bombing their ass. So that wouldn't even make sense. How you bombing
right,
them for giving the Americans this goddamn BS Jabberwocky shit, and then you turning around and you giving it to your people at home? That don't make no sense. He don't love them. He don't love us more than he love his own people, as he's
I can
not supposed to.
I feel it, man. It's like I'm
Mhm. Look, a lot of the food standards
right.
that's gonna come
They
out from
tired of that
RFK.
adrenochrome shit.
Yeah, look, when they overhaul the Food and Drug Administration under Bobby Kennedy Jr., a lot of the restrictions is
Uh, uh,
coming
uh,
from Russian governments,
and, look,
France, and a couple of other countries in Russia.
and
I mean, in Europe, where
have
they
you
banned a
seen
lot of these toxic products.
have you seen recently that there's like people screaming in them big ass shipping containers and the
Yeah, that's
police
not
and
new. It's
everybody.
just that it's just not getting exposed to the public. But them dudes that work on them things
Uh-huh.
been complaining about that at least since the 70s that I know about. Look, you remember Lethal Weapon where Jet Li was in it?
Right.
Do you hear me, Mike?
Yeah.
You remember they was opening them shipping containers, had all them Chinese people in it?
Yeah.
That was telling you way back then what was going on.
Right. Well, they found the one filled with babies. I know that for a fact. It was Hillary shit. Evergreen.
Yeah, they was finna make a slurry out of them. Them was all dead babies.
Yeah.
They was
Yeah, I
shipping
mean,
them. They was shipping them. They was making a slurry out of them. Most of them had already been adrenal
absolutely. Yeah.
harvested.
Man, and everybody be thinking I'm crazy, man, and now everything's just coming to light and it feels so good, man. Finally.
Yeah, we call this the vindication of the ages, where all of the ones of us was called conspiracy theory, which really not a bad word, but they gave it a bad connotation through government propaganda. Right. And so they call us conspiracy theorists and heretics and zealots because we didn't accept the false paradigm. We
Right.
became belligerent to their system. And they already told us they was finna kill us. So if we act like we don't know now, that's because that's willful ignorance.
And right.
You going in and out, brother.
Uh-huh.
I can't hear you.
Right. Wow, man. Another question, man. I've been on so many pharmaceuticals my whole life, so I'm trying to come off of everything. I'm sorry, it's my internet connection. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you got a delay.
All right. Uh, I'm bad with numbers, and I'm trying to learn the whole numerology shit. You can't hear me at all?
Yeah, I can hear you. You just got a delay before you catch up to what I'm
Okay.
saying.
My question is, my birthday is March 14th, 1978. I'm trying to figure out, what that means. Add it up. Yes, I can. Yes, I hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you just got a delay. Go ahead.
All right. My birthday is March 14th, 1978. I'm trying to figure out, like, what is that, like, the master numbers and all that, what that is. How does that work?
314 is pi.
Right.
Pi is the center of the circle.
Right.
Right. In what year?
1978 in Baltimore.
That's the International Year of the Woman. 19 is sacred seal. So you was born upright in the center of the circle, meaning the focal point of your family's attention. In the year of the woman, off a sacred seal, which means you were sent here to aid in the restoration of the matriarchy, based on your birthday.
Because I've always worked 1978.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this delay, when you
So
get
I
this,
was
when you
born
get
on a
this part, I'm
waxing
gonna drop
moon.
you
I know
down and
that.
let somebody else up.
I'm sorry, man. Damn, man.
Yeah, that's just your connection, man. You all right though? We'll
But
chop
what
it
does
up
the
again.
33 mean? Because it mean if you add it all up, it's 33.
33 mean 33 mean master, meaning that
Okay.
you came in at a high degree. 33 is a master's number. So 11 is initiate, 2 is raised, 3 is mastered. 11, 22, 33. Initiate, raise, and master.
Wow, man. I wish man, this sucks, man.
Okay, I gotta let him go so I can
Go
bring
ahead. I'm
somebody else up.
sorry, Rod.
Yeah, that delay was getting kind of brutal. Hey, Stephanie, what's going on? Come on up. Come chief with the chief. See what the smoke bring up.
I think I allowed it.
Hey,
Can you see me?
I can see you loud and clear.
I can't see. Well, I can see you. Oh, okay, you're at the top. Okay, so I have thanks for letting me in. I have two questions. The first one is real simple. The second one may not be, and it may be too personal. You have to let me know. All right, so the you were saying something on the live the other night that you've read like, or that you have like around 8,000 books.
Um,
Have you ever compiled a list of what you've read over the years that
you
you
know,
share?
I done read so many books that a lot of them I don't even remember the title and the name.
Right, right. That's
But
fine.
I
Do you
do
have
have
a compiled list?
a list of all of the books I bought in
Okay.
a folder around here somewhere up until that point. But I done got books since then too.
Would you share it?
Uh, I have to dig it out. I'm gonna eventually share a massive book list,
Okay.
but right now I got to finish what I'm doing because it's packed down.
Okay. All right. Okay, the second one is a little bit more, it's personal. If you tell me you don't want to answer it, that's fine. All right. So, um, you know how like you sometimes will just know something or you will correlate two different things that other people don't? Well, I figured out really young that a lot of the things that we refer to, like the example that kind of clued me in was Merlin, that they're titles a lot of times, not necessarily a specific person that, people, reinvent in these stories and things. Okay,
That's
so
very prominent with the Bible. Well,
yeah,
they translate titles as if they names of an individual when it's an office or a function that they fill in. Even
Yeah, I noticed a lot of that.
some of the gods in antiquity are
Mm-hmm.
offices and positions that people believe in is some divine incarnated being, but it's
Right.
just the office.
Well, and then I've recently, like in the last couple years, have translated that into energy reads. That was one of the things that really caught my attention when you were on Brother Rich's show. You were one of the first people that I actually saw interpret those as energy bodies versus, that's that person or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is what's leading up to this question. I've seen you say this twice now that you were Tahuti
Mm-hmm.
or Thoth, as some people say. Um, could you elaborate on that? Because I don't think you did to a certain extent. Have you acquired that title or that energy level, or are you saying that you've incarnated here as that person? Because a lot of people think he's reincarnated over and over again. And I had a lot of visions of him in 2017, 2018.
How did he come to you? Did he come to you with the bird face?
Okay, that's a weird thing because when he came, I got a knowing that I didn't know that I had known before. I've always seen him with dreads, but when you see pictures in my mind, when you see pictures of him, they don't ever put dreads on him. And I feel like they're missing, like they should be there for some reason. So when I saw this vision, it was almost like I wanted those dreads there and they weren't. And he felt like he might have been possibly an imposter, but I didn't really feel like, hadn't really done a lot of Kemet research at that point, except for what I did in the 80s. Okay, in the vision, he put this blue dome over houses near mine, and he was going to put it over mine, and I told him no, because I didn't know what he was doing. And then the second one that came in, that one was personal, and I don't think I want to share that one on a live.
Okay.
Okay.
So remember this. We all been here before.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now your DNA sequence is the tuning system
Yeah.
for soul to be able to come into earth into a physical form.
Okay.
My genetic lineup was compatible with the return of the frequency of the persona called Tahuti.
Okay.
Because I also, in my lifetime, became a great student, I began to unlock frequency connections between my bloodline and Tahuti.
Okay.
Tahuti is the Grand Chief of the Americas. Kemet was set up to watch them people in Babylon
Okay.
because
As
they
a
were,
security?
yeah, well, it was a war protocol.
Okay.
War was declared by Enlil on the feminine of the earth.
Right.
And so the pyramids was set up, or Kemet was set up as an outpost to watch over what they was doing in Sumer,
Okay.
right? And to see if we can quarantine them to what was the northwestern Indus Valley. We call it the Middle East, but biblically it's called Goshen, which means the extreme provinces of Egypt, which included Iraq and Iran, Syria, Lebanon, a sizable portion of Afghanistan. All that was under the extended kingdoms of Kemet at the heyday, right? The dynastic period is a whole new period in Kemetic history, and it was a different set of priesthoods that was to clean up the temples that had been covered in debris through the Vimanis Wars. So
So it's
this
like
is
it's like a cyclical cleanup and security all the time. It
mhm.
seems like.
So as the one who embody the frequency, I have an innate responsibility by blood and by right to bring restoration and redemption to the oppressed of the world. And I had to figure out how to solve the greatest world problems like hunger, homelessness, right? And socially engineered mental illnesses, right? So there is another guy named Ninnersin. Ninnersin is the son of Enlil in the Sumerian pantheon. But they call him Thoth,
How do you spell that?
Nin UR hyphen SIN.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, now Ninnersin, being Enlil's son, they call him Tahuti because they want him to take Tahuti's birthright from Enki and Inanna.
The internal royal family
Yeah.
war. Okay.
Now, they changed their children names and named their children after other people in the family's children that they plan on having a child replace.
If they're outside of time, or their time is relative different to ours, how do you ever fight them and conclude it?
Okay, so the war that we fighting is in what's called a quarantine zone.
The Palladian lock light that you were talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody's stuck in here together with amnesia, except for the ones that's the administrator of the conflict, the overseers, commonly referred to as the watchers. Their job
Didn't you
is
say that
to,
I was one of those watchers?
huh?
Didn't you say in our thing that I was one of the watchers?
A lot of the women are watchers. Okay.
Oh,
What the watcher is the one who is not part of the debauchery, but has to keep their eyes on the players in order
okay.
for the game at the conclusion, the right people get removed and the right people get restored. So the watchers is the record keepers that they like assistants to Akasha.
Another thing that I ran across with Tahuti was during, you know how like you were saying that I was doing a lot of editing through that stuff?
Mm-hmm.
One statement came in because I block a lot of the telepathy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to hear it. Okay, I just block it. And if they get too close, I set up things like little mines. That's the only way I'm going to put it. Okay, so this one came in really strong, and the energy said that it was Tahuti, but I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But this one was strong enough that it came through like there was no barrier to it. And he was telling me that part of the job of the scribe and the watcher, because it was the same energy,
Mm-hmm.
was you don't just dictate, somebody that you don't just take what's dictated, you actually change the storyline. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The scribes and the watchers together, spotters
Okay.
and shooters. Their
Okay.
job, the scribe is keeping the record.
I didn't keep all of it.
No,
I deleted a lot of it.
no, I'm not talking about that. Just listen to what I'm
Oh,
saying. The role
okay. Sorry.
of the scribe is the record keeper,
Okay.
all right? But the scroll of the watcher is to be the observer. The watcher is also collapsing the wave into the particle by the natural willpower being emitted from them watching the unraveling of the paradigm.
Okay.
In order to keep the entirety of the construct, you need a certain amount of watchers in ratio to general population in any given area in order for us to keep up the psychic building of this reality and to shift out of the frequencies that stuck us in the infinity loop,
Okay.
right? So when we was fighting those wars and we get into this condition where we had to all have amnesia to level the playing field, and the watchers and the scribes, the record keepers, is keeping track of everything from beginning to end, because the bill always comes due. And somebody has to be responsible to collect the bill at the close of the age. In other words, the reaper is gonna reap no matter what you say when reaping time comes.
Would it make sense to you that some of the people at a different frequency were confused about that and thought it was currency versus other things?
Yeah, that was the goal of the what we call the adversaries. The
But it
adversary,
doesn't work.
listen, the adversary role is to lead you astray by giving you misinformation, false doctrines, and living your life based on a false paradigm. The righteous ones is coming to tear all of that shit down. You got to
Okay,
have
so if,
two sides to the war in order to have a war.
but I mean, like, I would be on the side that would be the non-materialistic side, and I was seeing in some of this aerial view of this stuff that there are people walking around that are thoroughly convinced that money's going to save them for some reason.
That's the programming of the system.
Okay.
Okay, so the
How come I'm
system job is to convince people that money solve every single problem in existence when it
okay?
don't. Money is a resource. Resources is to be used in order to build foundations of stability.
Right.
It's a good anchor and cornerstone for stability, but it's not the whole construct. You can't
Okay.
hold on to the money if you're in an impoverished mindset. You're going to squander it away. This been proven using the experiments done with the lottery by allowing poor people to win massive millions of dollars and observe how long it take before the poor people be poor again.
Because it's a mental state, for one.
Right. The ones who in the proper frequency, if they have the same windfall, they able to prosper and to make the people around them prosper.
Right. Intention and stuff.
Right. So the side that want them to think that the money is God is against the side that want them to think that the great mother is God. Money is the patriarchal power tool. Love is the matriarchal power tool. And money is never going to overcome love, but love can overcome money.
Right.
But as long as you looking at the one side and you not bump straight, that means you're not on the right path. You're not on the middle pillar, and you've chosen a side and you got stuck. So when you get stuck to the father side, you become self-righteous, entitled, and thinking you better than other people. When you get stuck to the mother side, you become intolerant to bullshit, intolerant to low vibrational activities, and this is when you stuck to the mother's principles. You stuck to the left. This will make you more dangerous than being stuck to the right, being self-righteous.
Isn't it possible to ride the middle
That's
though?
called bump straight, the middle pillar.
Okay. 'Cause that's
So
where I try to fall
the
in.
energetic understanding of the middle pillar is unraveled by Israel Regardie in his book, The Middle Pillar, from the Golden Dawn collection of books. By
Okay.
understanding not taking sides in conflicts, especially when you're not part of the conflict, don't insert yourself into somebody else's bullshit. Because if you do, you're going to suffer the unintended consequences that comes with that. It's always an innocent motherfucker that gets shot when two rotten motherfuckers fight. Trying to be
That
good
makes
Samaritan. Following the goodness of their heart to try to end the conflict, and the ones in the conflict kill the innocent. More innocent people get killed by the dirt dealers than the dirt dealers get killed by each other.
and it seems to be like a cosmic thing as well.
As above, so below.
Mhm.
So it play out in the dance of the stars as rogue stars being called meteorites and asteroids.
One of the things that just triggered something for me. One of the scariest things that I heard during all that was somebody trying to put a group in a galaxy with no stars. And
Well,
for
you
some
got
reason, that actually
every
scared me.
anything that you can perceive in your mind as a reality exists.
That would be terrifying to
It'll
me.
only be, yeah, but you don't need stars. You
If
need,
we are stars,
look, that's why they put you in the galaxy with no stars.
no, I wasn't put there. That was a threat that was sent to somebody.
Right. So they talking about what's caused the dismal abyss, the abode of darkness, aka a black hole.
Oh,
This came from the Galactic Council punishment to those whose rogue energy, you can't destroy it. You have to transmute it or transport it away from where it can be neutralized.
so
And
like
when
a
you,
potential before matter.
right. So now when you take the Enlil energy, the Enlil energy will be encapsulated into a vessel, a body, an avatar, thrust into a black hole so that he can't affect this side of the black hole ever again. Right? And now he's in triple darkness in the abyss. He's surfing through the primordial noon, the primordial waters of the great creator in triple darkness. And from this, he's going to go through a metabolic transformation because of the energy that is him. When he go through this metabolic transformation, it's the same as coal becoming a diamond. So
Can
then,
you see that?
hmm?
Can you see that? Can you visualize that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, so just the way the time, the heat, and the pressure forms the coal into the diamond, he will emerge in triple darkness as a new creation in balance and harmony with creation from being refined through being placed in the triple darkness. It's the same as being able to return to the womb of mama and be rebuilt as a whole new being and come back out.
Would that be a goal of his? Or is
No,
that just a repercussion?
that's the repercussions or the consequences for interrupting the free will universe with restricted will rules in
Okay.
order to create war. That was the cause of, that's the origin of the war. Forcing the frequency to change creates war, violent conflict. Forcing a free will universe to become a restricted will universe is like a meteor smashing into an asteroid. So it's playing out in the 3D as a human life experience, and the demons or the angels that fell, they was the ones who was cast to the earth. Why they didn't cast their ass to hell? Why would they cast them to the earth? 1/3 of the legions of heaven was cast to earth with Satan and his soldiers, according to what they tell us. It's energy they talking about. Adversarial force energy being applied to harmonious energy in order to take control out of the ensuing chaos that results. It's like pouring water on fire so that when all of the steam is lifted up, you can take the remaining stock of fuel source that made the fire, the burned twigs, right? So when you put a stressor on a certain group of people, it compels them to excel among other people similarly situated who's not under the same pressure. The pressure is what's moving you. The spiritual pressure is what's moving you. The pressure comes from the interaction between dimensional constructs. So it's like pushing up on the membrane of another reality.
And it's coming to a crescendo, essentially,
Yeah,
at the end of this age.
everything must change. We're going from the age of Pisces to the age of Aquarius. A lot of things that was functional under the age of a Pisces will not be functional in the age of Aquarius. It just won't work. The systems will be that different. It's like an analog radio can't pick up satellite radio channels. Get it?
No, that makes sense. I'm just sorry, my phone's bad. I'm just getting a lot of visuals and trying to take it all in, what you're saying.
Take your time. I got a couple more minutes for.
Before you're done? Okay.
Well, I'm gonna take another caller before I end it.
Okay. All right, that gave me a lot to think about. I appreciate it.
Okay, sweetie. You can also watch the replay because I'm gonna save it.
Oh, okay, good. Because I didn't catch all of it, and you probably put some books in there or something.
Okay. I'll
right.
talk to you later. Thanks for coming up and chiefing with the chief.
You're welcome. Thank you. Bye.
Danielle, you up again.
Oh,
There you go.
that worked. I got comfortable. How are you?
I'm good. Ain't you gorgeous?
Thank you. You're a very handsome man yourself.
You're just trying to make me blush. It's working.
So I really don't have any questions, but I did have some things I wanted to talk about.
Let's talk about it.
So I was wanting to talk about asset protection. I stay at home with my parents, and I'm very grateful that I have a relationship with them where we get along. So, and I'm working with helping them set up everything so that it flows. Basically, you know, skipping probate court, skipping the extra. so that we have it in writing and basically keeping records
Setting
of our.
up the trust.
What did you say?
Setting up the trust.
Yeah.
Estate planning, transfer of asset is simplified when you do it with the living parties.
Mm-hmm.
You ever notice that when people in our community pass on, everybody fighting over their shit?
Oh, I know.
All families that was tight knit, they go to war with each other, skin you alive. But when that one wealthy relative died, none of them ain't talking to each other no more about that money.
Yeah, so that's why I feel like it's an important conversation to just have in general and put in people's mind to plan for that so you can avoid those type of issues.
You know, earlier, one of the other sisters was talking about she had the urge to write everything in the book.
Mm-hmm.
What that used to be called was the family book,
Yeah.
right?
I have
Every,
a Bible.
every family had one.
Mm-hmm.
And when times changed, they started using the family's Bible to keep record. Okay, this was for tribal purposes in-house and how we was able to protect ourselves from the system encroaching upon our family rights.
Mm-hmm.
When we got away from keeping the family book, which was the family record, that's when they was able to come in and tell us that we came from somewhere else and had no direct ties to the land,
Yes.
right? But like the other sister had relatives that was buried on the land from way back,
Mm-hmm.
right?
So I did that in my family, but so growing up in my town, I'm from Houston, I'm from the city, but I was also, my father and mom had a house in the country where we're all from. So I got to actually hang around my grandparents' land, see the land. It was across the street from my daddy's mama house. So like everybody in the town, if you melanated, you my cousin.
Mm-hmm.
um my grandparents have graveyards on there, and it's in the courthouse of their records that they own the graveyard. I'm not sure how it's but I've been going to the county records and pulling deeds because my mom would tell me her family, or like her step grandfather, was rich in land. And I'm finding all of the deeds, but what I'm finding is people are creating deeds saying that they sold the land, but there's no signatures or like the people from my family stating they're selling this land to people.
Because we didn't believe in selling land.
Yeah.
Because we looked at selling land like you selling your mama.
Mm-hmm.
And we will fuck you up about our mama,
Yes.
right? So what you're looking at is the implementation of squatters' rights.
Mm-hmm.
The squatter rights was implemented by the corporation under the Admiralty salvage law. This is when they wrote in the classification as black in law, means civilly mortis. You
Yeah.
own the land, but you classified as dead and at sea and a vessel in distress. So the land was declared vacant while we was going off to war, and they instituted the squatter right in order for foreigners to be able to settle large portions of the land without the permission of the people who was the caretaker of the land because it was sacred ground.
Yes. My grandmother, who my grandfather land would go to, so her records that they basically burnt the courthouses down.
Yes,
So
they did that a lot to destroy
yeah,
records.
so she's a Delaware Indian, and they basically burnt her records so that we could not. But I still go to the county clerk office, and the white ladies in the county clerk office are like, "Look, look, look!" They be telling me, "They was like, this is your land. This is your land."
They
So
be
I've been,
happy for us to find out, because the more of us is consciously aware that we supposed to be managing the land and the resources to benefit the people. This is the tribal tradition, but it's not the corporate tradition. The people who have got conditioned to the corporate tradition, breaking the family up, making everybody work in different professions instead of having the family profession, right? And by breaking the families up, you able to take control of the land by implementing them squatter rights
Yeah.
and returning with your salvage ticket under the form of a lien, right? And a judicial system is based on a system of levies and lien, leveraging your life versus their ability to control your land.
That's
It's not your land because you own it. It's your land because you emerged from it.
hmm
You don't own the land. You take care of the land, right? They know this, and people don't understand how well they know who we are, right? They know who we are better than we do because they was the ones tasked with keeping track of the royal bloodlines.
hmm
We don't have to keep track of who we are. We just got to remember that we from this bloodline, and we know it because the earth told us, not because we guessed it.
Yes, so much that I know is because my grandparents tell me, Grandma Minnie tell me everything. So I'll wake up out my sleep and I'll just be doing research and getting the answers. Like it just clicked and I just started doing research. So I just go to courthouses. I want to encourage others. Like a lot of people say where their land is, you can find your land. If you look for it, if you really want to know, you can go to the county clerk offices and do title searches. So that's what I've been doing lately, is doing title searches with my mom and finding out like how was this, and it looks like fraud. I mean, I know it is fraud. I just have to prove that it's fraud, and the judges know that it's fraud, and the lawyer, he even said, I see yellow. We get yellow flags when they see their wheels, because how they write their wheels is like their wheels are yellow flags, but they haven't found a red flag. And I'm over here like I'm the one who's gonna find the red
So here's a couple of things you need to be aware of.
flag.
Fraud has no statute of limitation on contracts.
Okay.
When the fraud is discovered, it's the responsibility of the person who discovered the fraud to expose it. The fraudulent contracts are those ones with improper signators,
Mm-hmm.
because those are what you call the underwriter, which is the person who's the sovereign who says you have permission to put this lien on this land. If when you, because we didn't have the allodial title process, came in from the royal houses of Europe for the feudal lords to stake out their territory, and those became over here your land rights laws.
Okay. So wouldn't that be like the land patents and how they came about?
Mm-hmm.
Because I like when so I'm in Texas. So if you want to look up like it's going to be a title because we used to be Mexico. So it's not going to really just be under a patent. It's going to be called a title. So you can
Mm-hmm.
the Texas website, and I purchased like the land patent that my property is in, and it's a guy who owned it, and I did a title search over him, and he owned, like, I've seen his will, like he willed off his slaves, like crazy. But when you start doing those title searches, you'll like really get to like what people were really doing and the fraud they were doing.
Yeah. So you had two things that was the major source of land loss to the tribes. you had the squatter rights, right? And then you had the expansion of colonization. You remember they did the Louisiana Purchase was a protectorate agreement.
Mhm.
It had nothing to do with them setting up states in the Louisiana territory. It was for France when they signed the Treaty of New Orleans with the tribes. They swore to protect the tribes from any other foreigners that would invade the land. When they lost, because they tried to use that as an excuse to invade the land, so they lost two major conflicts, one in Haiti and one in Detroit.
Mhm.
So when they was forced to leave after the two losses, they left, they sold the protectorate agreement to the English, right? When they sell the protectorate to the English, they send Lewis and Clark out to survey the lands to the west of the Appalachians across the Louisiana territory. While Lewis and Clark is going north and west, if you look at the tribal migration, the tribes was going south and east into what's known as Gullah territory to render service to fight the Spanish Armada in Florida, right? So once they did the survey, all of the chiefs from the west in the Louisiana territory in that region had left with a tribe. And when the Plymouth Rock landed on us, that they declared we crashed our landmass in their ship to give them the salvage rights to recover the lost vessels of the crashed landmass. So now they expanding the crash site beyond the Appalachians to the Rocky Mountains. It's not into the Mesoamerican War that they expand the salvage right all the way down into Arizona, taking it from the control of Spanish Mexico, right? So now the corporation is using a salvage right to both survey the land and declare that there's no administrators of the land on the land because all of the chiefs is gone to fight the Gullah Wars. Because there was nobody for them to negotiate with because we wasn't at home, we was on military vacation. They decided to declare that the crash site extended all the way into Washington and Oregon. So they set up a port up in Washington, I think it's in Seattle, to administer the land to the west and render supplies. And was the catalyst to digging the Suez Canal because they was tired of sailing around South America to take supplies to the invading forces that was invading us on the west.
That's beautiful.
So that's how they taking the land. The sharecropping agreement is the second one. The sharecropping agreement is tricking people who don't read or write English or study legalese into signing a contract with less than full disclosure, right? That's a deceptive contract on the prima facie or on the face of the case, right? When on first look, when you look at the case, you see that they was compelled to sign a contract without knowing the content because they couldn't read, right? So now that voids the contracts for fraud, but it also tells us how they got the land. The sharecropping agreements was your family farm or be able to be outsourced, and we're gonna hire you to continue living on your farm and producing crops, but I'm gonna buy all of the crops, or my homeboy gonna buy all of the crops, and I'm gonna lend you the money to run it.
Yeah, I even pulled title searches where I had documentation that they were leasing out our land.
Yeah.
Before we got our 8 acres back, they were leasing out our 8 acres.
I'm about to die.
Well, it was great talking to you. I just wanted to talk about that and just remind people to get into learning about trust and putting their land in trust and making sure they're passing their property off to their, well, not to just making sure that their children are able to have land to take, because nobody should be homeless. If my grandparents left us over 400 acres of land, why is it vacant and someone else is utilizing it while our people are needing a place to stay?
Yeah,
The
well,
babies.
that was part of the plan.
Mhm.
In the first bar charter, Savannah, Georgia, from King George, he told him to use the courts to take everything from us.
And now they're, how you were saying, the sharecroppers, but technically, if you hire a lawyer, say with having a property dispute, maybe that piece of property don't cost 20 grand, but if you have a property dispute and you're paying the courts to help you, that's probably going to be 20 to 30 grand that you're paying for a piece to save what's yours.
But
So it's good you keep.
that's why you have to do the groundwork first,
Mhm.
so you will know if you have enough paper trail to exhume that case. But what me and the Empress did, this is a little different from using this system. We exercised as our heritable rights to recover the land at the close of the age, right? Now, before we meet, I'm doing public notices of the tribes reclaiming everything, and they giving her the physical hard copy receipts. This is the documentations, source documents that we have to capture in order to understand what happened, right? So when we do finally meet, and the dates to my public notices is matching up with the dates that she's being recognized by giving her foundational documentation that um, the corporations drew up, right, to take the land under the title rights, right? We gotta remember, a title is just a cover name, but the contents of the book is what matters. So when you go inside of what they call the alloidial titles, we didn't write that. They wrote it up because we never believed in selling land. So we had no cause for contract, and we had no cause of title, right? We grandfathered in when we used the oral tradition of the tribes because that law is older than their law, but it's never been overturned. And it was encouraged in the Indigenous Rights Act to use our oral traditions. The oral traditions to reclaim the land is to inform many of the tribes, people across the land of the fraud, and that we was in the active process and showing them who was doing what in the redemption process for the tribes to reclaim Turtle Island.
My battery's about to die too, but I definitely get with you so I can make sure I call out the right people. Because
For sure, for sure.
I have my hair straight, I have my cowgirl hat on, and I'll go to the county clerk office. They know my face.
Hmm. But the people that work there, believe it or not, those pale faces that be happy to see you come and trying to help you find everything,
Mhm.
they can't wait for us to kick these motherfuckers that look like us that ain't us out of here.
I like them. Like, I promise you, like, the energy in the county clerk records office towards like a lot of the it's you can tell that they don't care for how the system is being ran. They like point clues at you. That's why I tell people go to the county clerk office yourself, because if you're looking for, you can do title searches, but if you're looking for the 1800s and higher, a lot of times you have to go through those books yourself
Or
and
the,
pull those.
or the microfilm.
Mm-hmm. And all of those records will be there, and they'll tell you and guide you on how to read it. And you have Chat GPT, you better ask questions.
Yeah, but you know what? Chat GPT, if you know the proper way to ask the questions, will give you some spoiler alert information.
Yes, it helped me write and understand how to read the legal documents and like certain words they utilize. It helps a lot. But you do, like you say, you have to properly communicate to the AI and it'll properly communicate it right back at you.
Mhm. Just remember, they know that where all of our families migrated to.
Mm-hmm.
They know where we came from. And they know how the land was already allotted out to the people of the land before they came.
Look.
They kept meticulous records. This is why we are able to uncover the lies.
Yeah. So how I know about my family's property is because my grandfather had 50 acres and it came out of a land patent, but it's that one portion of the land patent. A lot of my grandparents owned the property, but my uncle, when he did the first lawsuit, he was able to find a map with like my grandparents' name on it and everybody in the town like name written there. So that's how I was able to keep tracking down everything and finding and going deeper. Like I have a maps the people in the county clerk office don't even have.
You know, it's a lot of people should get their records because the ones who got the best kept records is going to be able to be compensated the quickest.
That was my question. Actually, is me. One of my questions was to ask, how should we tell the people to properly do their records? I know I've been doing it myself and for my brothers and for my immediate family, and I'm working towards doing it for, because I'm like the baby out of 50 some grandchildren, my life path of 5, so it all makes sense. But I've been like keeping the record and I've been going to our town talking with the elders. I'm actually a videographer, so I just completed writing my script for all of this. And I'm like, how should we guide the people on making sure they have proper records? Because I've been in city council meetings where I'm in third ward. So, we're popping here. Like houses on the McGregor, like on the bayou, they're expensive, but developers are coming and conning elderly out of their homes for $8K and a box of chicken.
Yeah,
Like,
they've been doing that. That was a mortgage program that one of the banks was running as a way to get the elderly people that was not taken care of out of their homes. That's it.
yes,
That's why they created retirement communities.
I feel like that's how I got on this journey because of that. Like, watching how third ward is developing and watching how the elders are just getting played, and my parents could have got played recently if I wasn't at home paying attention. And my dad, the guy was like, well, we'll just rebuild you a fence and we're going to put it back in the same spot. And my dad old school, your word is your bond. And then they pulled up half the fence. They came back and said, hey, we're not putting the fence back where we I quickly went to Home Depot. I put me some purple sticks out. They don't know what purple sticks, but purple stakes means no trespassing, or I can shoot you.
Mm-hmm.
Put my sticks out, I put no trespassing signs, and I marked the fence area off again. But yeah, it's like talking to our elders. I'm compassionate towards them, especially how they're getting conned out here.
Yeah. So the way that the tribes used to do it, when the elders can't take care of themselves no more, they had every family had a house that where we
Hmm.
took the elders, and then we raised the teenagers to take care of them with the young adults. They was overseen by elders in doing their duties. This is the origin of the nursing home, but it was always ran by the family, operated by the family to treat the family, because a lot of people get old, they get frail, they can't do a lot of shit.
Yeah, that reminds me of my family. Like my grandfather passed away, but my grandmother, she took care of his parents. They weren't married. She was remarried, had a whole nother husband and everything. But when his parents got sick and ill, she moved them into the house, even with her husband. They all moved them into the house and took care of them.
That's tribal shit.
I know.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that they tried to discourage us from doing, because
Hmm.
when we had the youth taking care of those elders like that, it brought them to the realization that they gonna get old too, and then it made them be more attentive to listening to the wisdom of the elders. That when you get into your thick of your life, you can navigate better because you're operating from wise words.
Yes, I love sitting at my elders' feet. I'm always around my elders. That's how I knew, honestly, I was from America. When I was a kid, I always would go to, my parents had me at a older age. So I would go to the funerals with them, and they would talk to their cousins and be like, they're Indian, and they'll say little things. And that like stuck with me until I grew up and I started doing more and more research, and just everything just started popping out.
Mm. Well, re- um, the research is rewarded by the receipts that the researcher found. So you treat your investigation like you looking into a criminal case. So you put on your CSI goggles and proceed to try to catch the white collar criminal, right? And that's how you go about tracking down where your people from. You're gonna end up finding out so much information by walking down that road that it's gonna wake you up to your realization of who you are in this life.
I feel like I'm woke up. Like, I feel like they woke me up, and this year has I feel like this year I knew I was going to walk into that awakening, and I've been preparing and setting my footprints, and even my mom's on board. Like, she's cool with me being a record keeper. Even if I can't afford to buy the record, she'll buy the records. Like, we've just been buying records from the county clerk office, and storing them with us versus with them, because if they burnt the courthouse once, who knows what they'll do again.
There's a whole lot of lost documentation to deliberately burn courthouses and libraries.
Yeah, I even, because it's processed, because my brothers want to be a part of the tribe. I mean, I never was the one that wanted to join in groups. Like, I
So
have,
the tribe, you don't join the tribe. The tribe is there because y'all have that connection, that family connection.
so it's the register part. Like,
Oh, you talking like Bureau of Indian Affairs registered?
yeah,
Yeah, that's that's how they was luring us in for nefarious means.
yeah.
Just how okay, so in the paper genocide, when they was reclassifying us,
Hmm.
they was losing our attempts to be upright citizens, and they was transferring paperwork.
Oh.
They brought Mongolians over here to masquerade as us,
Mm-hmm.
while we fight them niggas that look like us but ain't us. So they was broken to two different groups. Some of them remembered they old ways from Genghis Khan, Attila the Hun, or from the Vedics, and they chose to take sides with us. Them the tribes that they be like they had that shootout on that Reds down back in '75 with the FBI because they didn't have no jurisdictional authority, but they don't have no respect for anybody that took sides with us.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's like that brother Peltier, right? Get in the shootout with him. I think he was in Florida, and they got him locked up as a political prisoner, right? For defending his right as a member of his tribe. Right? When we adopt a tribe member, he just like anybody else in the family. Right? And we got a whole lot of adoptees out there.
Oh, I know, because my grandpa was adopting babies.
Yeah. So this is how you end up with everybody under the sun being Cherokee.
Mm-hmm.
You got motherfuckers that look like they just came from Japan yesterday talking about they Cherokee. You got another motherfucker look like he just came from Nigeria, but he Cherokee.
Yeah, my mama Minnie is Cherokee by adoption because the Cherokee adopted the Delaware.
Mm-hmm. Yep. The Delaware and the Lenape and all of them was up. Those are the northwestern tribes, and the Shinnecock and all of those had the eastern United States settled before it was anything called a good ship Plymouth, right? And I got to live in Delaware, spend some time with the Delaware Indians to learn the customs of Delaware.
That's cool.
Right. My Delaware big mama named Sylvia.
I mean, I can put the pieces together. I don't even want to butcher my grandfather's name.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right here. I may, I'll spell it. It's QUESHAWKEY.
Mm-hmm.
But when I was researching him, they call him George Washington. But when I was researching him, that's when Pontiac. I was finding research on Pontiac as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that I wrote you and I was asking you questions about Pontiac because it was just in my rabbit hole.
Right. So when we say beef is inherited, we mean that shit. Okay. Because of the chiefs from the territory of Chief Pontiac that stretches from Pontiac, Michigan to Pontiac, Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
And the Ottawa tribes and the surrounding tribes, like the Flint Indians, Saginaw Indians, right? You have to remember there's always a tribal alliance that supersedes the treaty alliances with the colonizers. The only reason why they even have treaties, most of the treaties, the president accepted somebody as a chief that ain't no chief because he had a feather on him. So you take this adopted baby and call him chief and let him sign a treaty agreement. He ain't got no treaty right signature. Look at the signatures on the treaties. You're not going to see no little Three Rivers. You ain't going to see no big elk standing. You ain't going to see no polar bear shivering. You ain't going to see none of that shit. You're going to see Johnny Watson, George Quintesson. Who is them people?
Yeah, that's why I was like trying to learn more about their names, because they it's like multiple, I guess the mask, you have multiple masks. Because I'm like, you have certain names in the tribal language, and then you have the names that they give them.
Mm-hmm. Like Pocahontas.
Mm-hmm.
Pocahontas is a nickname that means she's an actor. She's a fraud. That's what Pocahontas really mean.
Yeah, I heard about them being frauds.
Mhm. Pocahontas was created to try to have a Big Mama to do business with because Big Mama wouldn't do business with him. And she told all of her boys, whoop them niggas' ass and get them off my front porch. They fought to a stalemate that led to a conjure war. And you can't out sorcery the sorcerers.
You can't. That's why I'm and like it's so cool. I guess some people might be sad about it. I'm like, hey, I'm ready. I feel like I've been waiting for this. It's like the reason I came here.
That's a lot of us actually did come back specifically to see the close of the age and to see if Rod Hayes gonna show his ass in this lifetime like he normally do.
Well, I'm gonna be the sister version of you. I'm kicking my way through.
Well, hey, show out. Let your light
Yeah,
shine into the world.
yes,
Make it a better place.
exactly. That's all I know how to do.
Yeah, I hear Diana Ross in the background talking about reach out and touch somebody's hand. Make this world a better place
See,
if you can.
I appreciate your light, you sharing your light, and like us being able to exchange wisdom, and hopefully all of this wisdom tap in with the world, Craig.
Yeah, we about to be police of the world, Craig.
Yes, and I'm here for it. I've been told I'm very militant. Even guys were like, I'm very militant, but my dad is very, very militant.
Hey,
But
look,
I
around my house, the whole team is a shooter, so militant is normal to us.
exactly, and
You come fuck around with these babies over here, you're gonna be looking like a Swiss cheese block.
yeah, lately I've been practicing jogging from my house all the way to the other side of the neighborhood and back nonstop. Because I'm like, once I get back in because I still have my own personal land in my town too. So I'm like, I have to be able to run if something like, I don't want it to be like I have to go across here and I can't walk or run or make it back and forth without hardly breathing, or how my parents would say, watch out for those white folks, they might shoot you if you try to take your land back. Like, okay, that means I need to learn how to dodge bullets.
Dude, the warrior spirit, but it's coming from what they call a true place.
Mm-hmm.
So when you hear about success in the resistance, right, it becomes euphoric. You know, make your body tingle, face and neck get all hot and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Then you start glowing and you don't know where the glow coming from because it's coming from inside instead of outside.
It's always coming from inside. Like I from inside so much I can see the glow outside.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be like a ball of light. I just be like,
You remember Isis said in the Bible as the Jesus character that you can't let your light shine under a wicker basket.
hey.
Can't nobody see the light. Uncover that motherfucker. Stand, girl.
Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly. I do that a lot, and I like to teach others to do that a lot, because when you shine, I shine. And I look at it as in, like, I know I am a God. I know who and where I come from and how I activate. So I feel like if we all shine and we all get active, it's like everything has to go accordingly.
Mm.
So we
Mhm.
have to like know who we are, stay tapped into that and grounded in that. And yeah, it's like nothing but prospering.
So your exercise program is part of your prescription
hmm
to live an active lifestyle
You know,
longer than most people.
with Hadaya, we be hula hooping.
Yeah.
We be hula hooping.
They say a body in motion stay in motion, right?
hmm
Right.
Yes,
So
yes.
you keep your body physically fit by staying in motion, right?
hmm
You use muscle resistance in order to cause the muscles to become denser and stronger. Now, in the time of conflict, you could defend yourself. But for you right now, sweetie, it's time to shift from the war energy to that ocean love energy. They keep it juicy for me energy. You know, that giggly little girl in the grown woman body energy.
I mean, honestly, I'm very good at shifting that energy. Like I'm the very goofy.
Hold that frequency and don't let it go and watch the change that takes place. Just hold it long as you can. Hold it until it becomes second nature to just naturally be the energy you in and watch what happens. The whole world around you gonna brighten up.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
You might even see sunflowers in the winter.
I see butterflies every time right now, and the butterflies still here.
Mhm.
Like I understand what you're saying because I see it every day, and I hope everybody else gets to see that as well. Because I'm ready. Like I don't know. I'm excited about the time we in. I just want people to be excited too. Like don't take like what you're seeing as a cloud to discourage you. Like if you know who God is and you say you know who God is, you can't really knock what's supposed to be and what's to come because you know, like you know, like you know.
Yeah, and that's that frequency. That's why we want y'all to get out of the war energy because that shit contagious. That love energy contagious. And we want to affect as many other people on the planet with that radiant, divine, feminine love energy when you're not in war mode.
hmm Yeah,
That make the man stick his chest out.
with my hula, I can go into war zone because I be using my hula hoop like what's her name? It was Xena the War Princess, how she had her little my hula would turn into my
Hey,
and I have to like slow down and like tame that energy and I start breathing and working on my breath.
so,
I do that a lot. I love hula hooping because it helps me to focus on my breath and my core.
mm-hmm. You know, they say, man, I was on some art of war shit. Oh, it's better to be a warrior in the garden than the gardener in the war.
Yes, my grandparents were farmers, so that's why I'm like, I'm ready to get back in the dirt. Like I learned how, like honestly, my brothers be like, hey, you should get in a fight. You should fight because I take MMA classes and kickboxing classes, and they ask me and say, will I ever fight? You should fight. But I don't because I never want to like actually have to fight. I train so that if fight were to come to me or if I have to protect myself, I can. But it's not something that I'm like, yeah, I just want to get hit in the face. Like I like being a girl. I like being soft and pretty.
Yep. So you leave with love and master the throat punch.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Yeah, you got good energy though.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Hopefully we can chat more and make sure we get our elders straight because I know sometimes the elders don't even have kids that can help them or that are aware. And I'm.
So some of these palatial palaces
Hmm.
gonna be retirement homes for our elders.
That's good.
And the sisters and brothers that's gonna be running it, they're gonna have meal schedules planned, outings planned for the ones who can go on outings, right? And activities to make them enjoy their senior years. And then the doulas will come from the medical center to take care of the ones that need medical attention. So they're gonna be all over the place. We done with this poverty shit. I'm so sick of this poverty. That's the worst thing you could do to somebody is put them in poverty.
Yes, and to hear how my mom said they never was on welfare because my papa had his own farm. So whenever they were in Houston, but they'll leave Houston and go to the town, and they'll get all of their food off the farm and they'll bring it back to Houston. So I'm like, why did we stop?
That was
But
the way that the families did. Big Mama House was normally a family farm of many, many acres. And some of them was livestock, some of them was produce, right? And so these was the farms where they sweetheart swindled Big Mama, put the kind artists in the big house, and he hired pale faces to pretend to be the slave master. And that's why we ain't like the house nigga, because he killed Big Mama. Then he said, this ain't Big Mama house, this the big house. And Mr. Charlie run it.
Mr. Charlie. I love how you said his name because my uncle name, we call him Charlie. And my met him for the first time and she was like, your uncle is so kind. Charlie is so kind. And I said, who is Charlie? And I was like, oh yes, his name is Charlie. But it was really great talking to you. And like I said, I hope I get to talk to you again, and positive vibes and good energy to the people out there.
Thank you. Same to you, sweetie. It was good having you coming to grace us with your energy.
And blessings.
All right. I'll talk to you later. Okay, I think that's about it because I got this phone about to die. And I've been on here for a minute. So thank y'all for coming and chiefing with the chief. And hope y'all learned something today. Hope we gave y'all some empowering information. And this was a good exchange of energy. All right, I'll talk to y'all later.